Hi everybody. Hi, welcome to PW Gulf YouTube channel. I'm sure you all are doing great. This side Vishali Chaudhary, your chemistry educator. So, as you know that from tomorrow your JEE Mains 2025 exam is going to start. So today, what are we gonna do? We are gonna practice questions in this lecture, in this live lecture. So me along with other teachers will be practicing questions. So in today's class, we'll be practicing questions of chemistry. Next class would be of mathematics, and then next class would be of physics. So I'm sure you all are ready. Yeah. So let's get started, guys. So in this class, as I told you that we'll be practicing questions. So I've added all sorts of questions which are which NTA has asked in from last 5 years. So we'll be practicing questions. So I'm sure you all are ready. Yep. Okay. So let's get started, guys. Just a second. Just a second, guys. Okay. So here is the first question which we are gonna solve today. And the first question here says, given below are two statements. Statement 1 is saying para-nitrophenol is more acidic than meta-nitrophenol and ortho-nitrophenol. Statement 2 says ethanol will give immediate turbidity with Lucas reagent. In the light of above statement, choose the correct answer from the options given below. So here, statement 1 saying para-nitrophenol is more acidic than meta-nitrophenol and ortho-nitrophenol. So first of all, we have to identify whether the statement is correct or not. So if I talk about para, meta and ortho-nitrophenol, let me draw the structures over here. This is para-nitrophenol, then meta-nitrophenol and ortho-nitrophenol. Let me draw ortho one. Ortho-nitrophenol, and then we have meta-nitrophenol. Okay, so out of all of them, they are talking about more acidic strength. So acidic strength depends on whether after losing H plus ions, the phenoxide ion that would be resonance stabilized or not, what type of effects are operating in that. So if I look at para 1, because here the phenoxide ion that will be stabilized by minus R effect of NO2 group. That will be stabilized by the negative charge will be stabilized by minus R effect. If I'll talk about meta-nitrophenol, so in case of meta-nitrophenol, phenoxide ion, because after losing H plus ion, it will lose, this oxygen would acquire negative charge. This O is negative. This would acquire negative charge. The phenoxide ion would be stabilized by resonance, but the point is that in case of ortho-nitrophenol, there will be a intermolecular hydrogen bonding. Intramolecular, not intramolecular. Hydrogen bonding between hydrogen and oxygen. This is intramolecular H bonding. H bonding, because of which your acidic strength would reduce. Okay. And if I'll talk about meta-nitrophenol, phenoxide ion won't be stabilized by resonance because the carbon to which your NO2 group is attached, like here, this phenoxide ion, after losing H plus ion, this will, the negative charge, this carbon won't acquire negative charge because here the negative charge comes at only ortho and para position, because the carbon to which your NO2 group is attached is not having any negative charge. So this won't stabilize the negative charge, and more the delocalization of negative charge, more will be the acidic strength. So what do you think out of all of them? your para-nitrophenol is gonna be more acidic, and our statement says para-nitrophenol is more acidic than meta. That is true. So statement 1 is true. Let's talk about statement 2. Ethanol will give immediate turbidity with Lucas reagent. So what is Lucas reagent over here? Lucas reagent is concentrated HCl and anhydrous ZnCl2 mixture, and you're very well aware that Lucas reagent gives immediate turbidity with 3 degree alcohol, and then we have 2 degree and then we have 1 degree. So if I'll write the order with Lucas reagent, your 3 degree alcohols, they are most reactive, and that is why you get immediate turbidity with 3 degree alcohol. Then you have 2 degree alcohol, and then you have 1 degree alcohol. So here you get immediate turbidity, because 3 degree carbocation is most stable, and with 2 degree turbidity you get with 2 degree alcohol you get turbidity after some time, turbidity after 5 minutes, and with 1 degree alcohol you don't get turbidity on room temperature, that is not in cold, but on heating you get turbidity on heating. Okay, so yes, sure, but if they have given alcohol as ethanol, so ethanol will give immediate turbidity with Lucas reagent. That is not correct, because ethanol is a primary alcohol, CH3 CH2OH. It is a 1 degree alcohol, right? So yes, statement 2 is not correct, but statement 1 is correct. So which option we'll go with? Statement 1 is true, but statement 2 is false. So here option number 2 is correct. I'm sure it is clear to all of you. Okay, so let's move towards the next one. Yeah, so next question here says that 2 nucleotides are joined together by a linkage known as. So nucleotide, this question is from biomolecules chapter, and the key concept here is your nucleic acid. It is part of nucleic acid. So you are very well aware that in nucleic acids, the nucleotides, they are linked with each other. Nucleotides are linked with each other by phosphodiester linkage. And phosphodiester linkage, that is why option number 4 is correct over here. Here you should also keep in mind, like, a phosphodiester linkage forms between which carbon atoms of 2 nucleotides. So please keep in mind that phosphodiester linkage forms between 5' and 3' carbons of 2 nucleotides. 5' and 3' carbon atoms of 2 nucleotides, right? So next question, let's move towards next one. So sure, we have the next one. Question 3rd says cyclohexene. Cyclohexene is a dash type of an organic compound. So sure, in this compound you can see you have studied about the classification of compounds, and I added this classification again so that I can again give you a quick summary of the classification of organic compounds. Organic compounds are classified into open chain. Open chain is also called acyclic or aliphatic, and closed chain, ring chain, or we call them cyclic. If you have an open chain compound, then they are classified into straight and branch. But if I look at our compound, this is not open chain. This is a ring. This is in the form of a ring. So yes, here the ring chain compounds, they are classified as alicyclic or aromatic. In alicyclic, we have homocyclic and heterocyclic. Homocyclic compounds are the compounds where all the in the ring you have all the carbon atoms, no other, let's say in case other than carbon atom you have any other atom like oxygen, nitrogen present, so that will be heterocyclic. Then we have aromatic. So for aromatic, you are very well aware that how we find out whether the compound is aromatic or not, that is by Huckel's rule. So in this question, if I'll come back to this question, this compound is not aromatic. It is not aromatic because there is no conjugation over here. So here this is cyclic. Also, all in the ring you have all the carbon atoms. That is why here this compound is alicyclic. It is not acyclic. It is not benzenoid. Non-aromatic. It is not benzenoid. Aromatic. It is alicyclic. Right? Okay. So I'm sure this is clear. Next question we have is electronic configuration for neodymium. So this is an easy and direct question. They are talking about just the electronic configuration, and they have given options. If you look at options, so they have given configuration in terms of noble gas like xenon. So how will you, and also they have given atomic number. So how will you approach this one? You're very well aware like how to write electronic configuration using OFO principles. So in case you get these any element where atomic number is greater, so in that case you can use OFO principle. What you can do quickly, inside you can write down OFO principle. 1 is 2s 2p, 3s 3p 3d, 4s 4p 4d, 4d 4f, 5s 5p 5d, 6s 6p, 6d 7s 7p, right? And you're very well aware that first electron will go to 1s, then 2s, 2p, 3s, 3p, 4s, like this. You have to fill the electrons. So what we will do quickly now, that we have to fill 60 electrons. So I will write the configuration as 1 is 2, then 2s2, then 2p6, then 3s2, 3p6, 4s2, 4s2, then you have 3d10, 3d10. After that 4p6, then you have 5s2. After 5s2, your electron will go to 4d10, and then your electron will go to 5p6, and then your electron will go to 6s2. After that, your electron will go to 4f. But before filling electrons in 4f, let me count the electrons, total number of electrons that I have filled till now. So 10 electrons from here, 10 electrons from here, 10 electrons from here, 10 from here, 30. 30, and then I have 40, 40, and then I have filled 48, 48 and 6 electrons. I have filled 54 electrons, and 54 is the atomic number of xenon. So yes, I will write here xenon because they have given options in terms of xenon. So xenon, then 6s2. Now 54 and 2, 58 electrons, and then how many are remaining? Your 60 is the atomic number. 60 electrons we have filled till now. So 54, 60 is the atomic number, 54 we have filled, 54 and 256, 4 electrons are remaining, so they will go to 4f. So yes, our configuration would be 4f4. That is why which option is correct? We will go with option number 1, xenon, 4f4 and 6s2. So this is the configuration of neodymium, and that is how you can write the configuration if any element is given to you. And mostly they will be giving you the configuration in terms of noble gas, right? Okay. Next one we have is this compound where they're asking you to write the nomenclature of the following compound. So nomenclature in this compound, if you look at, so there is no functional group. There is no functional group. So, but you can see that there are groups attached onto a cyclic ring. If you will look at this compound, on here on this carbon you have 2 methyl groups attached, and here you have ethyl groups attached. Now if you want to write the name, so now the point is from which side we should start numbering. Like we should start numbering from this carbon or from this carbon. And we have studied the rule. What is the rule? Rule says that because these are not functional group, they are your substituents. So you'll start numbering from that carbon which contains more branching, which contain more substituents attached to us. So because here in this compound there are more branching is here at this carbon. So this is methyl group. Here you have two methyl groups, methyl, and here you have your ethyl group, See, basically, according to alphabetical order, some students, they get confused over here. Why they get confused is that because there is a rule which says that if you have more than one substituent present on your ring, then you have to do the numbering according to the alphabetical order. Like that group should be given lower number, which comes first in the alphabetical order. So E comes first in the alphabetical order, M later, but we are not starting numbering from this carbon. Why? Because branching, according to the rule also says that we have to include the numbering from the carbon which is contains more branching. So more branching at this carbon, that is why we are starting numbering from here. 1, 2, and then we have 3. So here you will write that. Now we'll be writing, we have done numbering according to the branching, but we'll be writing the name in the alphabetical order because E comes first in the alphabetical order. So its name would be 3-ethyl. 3-ethyl, 1,1-dimethyl. 1,1-dimethyl, and then you have cyclohexane. Cyclohexane. Right? So here which option is correct? Option number 2 is correct. 1-ethyl, 3,3-dimethyl cyclohexane. Yeah. All right. So let's move towards the next question then. After that, sorry, I have marked option number 3 is correct, not 2nd, because here in 2nd it is 1. It is written 1. So your 3rd is correct. Okay. Next one. Yes. Now the question here says, given below are two statements. One is labeled assertion and other is labeled reason. Assertion says melting point of boron is 2453 Kelvin, which is like very high, is unusually high in group 13 elements. Reason says solid boron has very strong crystalline lattice. In the light of above statements, choose the most appropriate answer from the options given below. So sure, in this question, first of all, this question is from P block elements. It is from P block, and from P block, they are talking about group 13. Okay, so boron is a non-metal. It is a non-metal, and yes, this statement is true that melting point of boron is unusually high. And why it is unusually high? Because of the strong packing and crystalline lattice. That is why it exists in the solid state and has very strong crystalline lattice. Reason is very well explaining assertion. Assertion is totally true. Reason is explaining it. So here both A and R are true, and reason is the correct explanation of assertion. So here option 1 is not correct, but option number 2 is correct because both A and R are correct, and R is the correct explanation of assertion. Right? Okay, let's move towards the next one then. Yes. Next question we have is, question says, a solution of two miscible liquids showing negative deviation from Raoult's law will have. They are talking about two miscible liquids you have, and they are showing negative deviation from Raoult's law. So any solution which is negatively deviated from Raoult's law, negative deviation means less vapor pressure. Less vapor pressure means high boiling point. So here they have given option in terms of increased vapor pressure, decreased boiling point. So let me explain you here. Negative deviation is shown by the two miscible liquids, those where the intermolecular interactions, they are stronger as compared to the intermolecular interactions existing between the individual molecules. So here, like we talk about AA and BB. Let's say you have this component A and this is your component B, and you have mixed the two. What you have done is you have mixed the two, Now, in case of negative deviation, your AB interaction is very strong. That is why strong interaction. AB is strong interaction. Because of strong interaction, what is going to happen? Molecules, they will find it difficult to escape. Because they will find it difficult to escape, so vapor pressure would decrease in this case. Because of strong interaction, there would be less vapor pressure. Vapor pressure. Because of less vapor pressure, what is going to happen? Your boiling point will increase, because boiling point is the temperature at which vapor pressure of liquid becomes equal to the atmospheric pressure. So because molecules are, the number of molecules going into the vapor phase, they are less, so you need to give more heat to to boil that substance. That is why your boiling point increases. So less vapor pressure, so that is why your boiling point increases. So which option is correct? Increase vapor pressure, decrease boiling point. Vapor pressure will always decrease in case of negative deviation. It will increase in case of positive deviation. So statement 1 is not correct. Increase vapor pressure, no. Decrease vapor pressure, that's true, but decrease boiling point, no. Because of decreased vapor pressure, boiling point will increase. So option number 4 is the right answer. Right? Okay. Let's move ahead. Next question. So the question here says, consider the following complex ions, and they have given PQR, they have given 3 complexes. You have to arrange them in the increasing order of the magnetic moment. Correct order of complex ions according to their spin only magnetic moment values in Bohr magneton. Okay, the question is from coordination compound, and the question is asked from your CFT. You have to write the configuration in terms of CFT. Based on that, you will find out how many unpaired electrons are there, and how many unpaired electrons are there, that will give you the value of magnetic moment. So which I'll tell you a trick to solve this question. You will be able to solve this question very, very quickly. I'll give you a trick, and that will be a weight off your shoulders. So talking about your P complex. So P is your Fe F6, right? So Fe F6 3 minus. Here iron is the central atom, and iron is the central atom. So what we'll do, we'll first find out the oxidation state of your iron. So oxidation state of iron here, because iron, all those who are not aware how to find out oxidation state, Fe F6 3 minus is the complex. So sure, I have assumed that the oxidation state of iron is X. Fluorine is negatively charged ligand. One fluorine has -1 charge. So X minus 6 is equals to -3. So X will be equals to +3. So sure, iron is in +3 oxidation state. Okay, if it is in +3 oxidation state, then what will be its configuration? So first you should know what is the configuration of atomic number of iron. Iron is 26. So what is the way to write electronic configuration? You can write in terms of noble gas, argon. Okay, argon is 18. After argon, there is a filling of electron in 4s, so 4s2. Now, there is a trick which you can use in other questions as well, that whatever is the last digit of atomic number, those electrons will go into d orbital. So, last digit of atomic number is 6. So, there will be 6 electrons in 3d orbital. So, 3d6. Right? But there is exception in this one, that you can't apply this trick, that last digit of atomic number is equals to number of electrons in D with elements like you have copper or chromium, because there are exceptions in those cases, else it is valid in other one. I'm talking about specifically about 3D series, because you'll be getting most of the elements from 3D series. Those will be your central atom. Okay, so now iron is in +3, so you have to remove 3 electrons. So 2 electrons will be removing from 4s, and then 1 electron from 3d. So it will be iron +3 configuration is 3d5. Okay, now let's talk about Q1, Q complex. Q complex is vanadium H2O 6, 2 positive. Okay, so sure, vanadium is your central atom, and vanadium has Because water is a neutral ligand. It does not carry any charge. Vanadium I have assumed X, and water is 0. So vanadium is in +2 oxidation state. So sure, you have to write its configuration. Again, vanadium has atomic number 23. Okay, so how will you write its configuration? Argon is 18, 4s2, which has 2 electrons, so total 20. Now 3 electrons will be going in D, so 3D is having 3 electrons. Again, whatever is the last digit of atomic number, those many electrons are there in D. Okay, so vanadium +2 would be that it will be losing 2 electrons from 4s because 4th shell is the outermost shell, so it would be 3D3. Okay, now let's talk about R complex. So if I talk about R complex, so R is iron H2O 6 2 positive. So sure, your iron is in +2 oxidation state. Now iron +2, you are removing 2 electrons from 4s, so its configuration would be 3d6. Now if I look at the ligands attached with iron, with iron your fluorine is attached, water is the ligand and water is the ligand. Fluorine and water, they both are weak field ligands, so they won't be able to carry out any pairing. So we'll write that because F water, they are WFL, they are weak field ligands, so they won't be able to carry out any pairing. So that means because they are weak field ligands, so splitting here would be less. Because splitting here would be less, so pairing energy would be more. That is why we can now write the configuration in terms of CFT according to CFT. Because coordination number is 6, so it is octahedral field splitting. So in case of octahedral field splitting, you have T2G orbitals and then you have EG orbitals. These are EG orbitals. So how many electrons are there? 5 electrons are there in case of FeF6. Because splitting is less, so electron can easily jump to higher orbital 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Because splitting is less, so it can easily jump. Pairing energy is more. So how many unpaired electrons are present over here? In this case, unpaired electrons are, number of unpaired electrons are 5 over here. So N is 5. Okay. Now if I will talk about vanadium +2. In case of vanadium +2, there are 3 D electrons. These 3 D electrons will be entering into T2G. So here there will be 3 unpaired electrons. Okay. Now if I talk about iron +2, which is having 3d6. In this case, let me show you like how will you write the configuration. Because pairing energy is more and splitting is less, electron can easily jump. So 5 electrons are filled like this. Now 6th electron would be filled over here. It would be filled over here. Okay. So here because N value, now you can find out how many unpaired electrons are there. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 unpaired electrons. So N value here is 4. Now the point is why we are finding out the number of unpaired electrons. So we are finding out the number of unpaired electrons because we have to find out spin-only magnetic moment values. Spin-only magnetic moment values totally depends on number of unpaired electrons. And there is a formula which you have studied. The formula is under root of n into n plus 2. Now, if you will, since you have found the unpaired electrons, now if you'll apply this formula and then find out the value of magnetic moment, then it will be very, very difficult for you. Let me tell you one trick which you can use and quickly tell the answer within seconds. So what is that trick? The trick is that if your number of unpaired electron is 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5, then what will be the value of magnetic moment? 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. You have to put decimal and then you have to write 7, 8 and 3 times 9. These are the values of magnetic moment in Bohr magneton. Okay. So whenever number of unpaired electron is 1, your magnetic moment is 1.7 Bohr magneton. Your number of electron is 2, 2.8 Bohr magneton. 3, 3.9 Bohr magneton. 4, 4.9 Bohr magneton. 5, 5.9 Bohr magneton, like this. So isn't it easy for you now? And you will find that in your question paper, you'll definitely get one question from this to find out magnetic moment. So this way question becomes very easy for you and it will save a lot of your time too. So coming back to this question, and you can easily find out like more the number of unpaired electrons, more would be the value of magnetic moment. In this question, they are not asking you what is the value of magnetic moment, they are just asking you to arrange them in the increasing order of their spin only magnetic moment value. So more the number of unpaired electron, more would be magnetic moment. So yes, here number of unpaired electron is maximum in P. So we have P, okay. Then we have R, and then we have Q. So QRP, that is your option C is correct. Option number C, third is correct over here. Yeah, easy. Okay. So I'm sure you have understood. Let's move ahead. Next question we have is, this is from organic chemistry, which says highest enol content will be shown by. Who will be showing highest enol content? So in order to understand this or solve this question, you should know like how enol formation takes place. So if I'll take a very simple example, like let me take the case of acetone, CH3, C double bond O, CH3. If I'll talk about this one, for sure, what happens like in enol form, your ene is there and your OH group is there. So this comes under tautomerism. So because this is carbonyl group, you have carbonyl group and this carbon is alpha carbon. Hydrogen attached with alpha carbon is alpha hydrogen. So if because in there will be proton transfer. So let me show one proton like this, H2 and H. So there are 3 alpha hydrogens here, there are 3 alpha hydrogens here. So what happens for the formation of enol? What is going to happen? There will be 1,3 proton transfer. I am marking this carbon as 1, this as 2, so this as 3. Now out of carbon and oxygen, oxygen is more electronegative, electrons will be shifting here. Oxygen would acquire negative charge, your proton will leave from here and H plus will leave from here, it will connect with OH, O minus to form OH. So you'll get enol, that is CH3, COH, and then because this carbon is having positive, this is having negative, so there will be the formation of double bond, that is CH2. That is how enol forms, like from keto form or your aldo form to your enol, because it is having ene as well as double bond as well as OH, that is why it is enol form. Now why I am telling this to you, because in this question you have been given 4 different compounds and they are saying who is gonna give maximum enol content. That compound is gonna give maximum enol content where the compound so formed would be more stable. And who would be more stable? For that we should draw the enol form of each and every compound which we will get from here, right? Now I'll directly write the products over here. So in this one, in this compound, you can see this is your carbon, this is your alpha carbon, this side you have this carbon, there are 2 hydrogens here, alpha hydrogens, carbon, there are 2 hydrogens over here, right? For this carbon, for this you have H over here, H over here, this is the carbon, H over here and H over here. So basically what happens is that like I have told you, there is a 1,3 proton transfer. So this compound will give you the enol form like this. Oh yeah, this is your carbon, OH here, double bond over here. If this is coming, this proton is transferring. If this compound, this is a CO group, let's say this hydrogen is coming, so you'll get double bond over here and OH over here. If I'll talk about this one, so in this compound, this is the carbon, hydrogen here, hydrogen here. This is also carbon, hydrogen here, hydrogen here. So these are your acidic hydrogens. This carbon is alpha, this carbon is alpha, this carbon is alpha, because they are adjacent to CO group. So in this case, what compound you will get, that is the enol form that you will get is your OH here, if let's say this proton is transferring, so double bond over here. and if this proton is transferring, so OH here and double bond over here, right? Next, if I look at the third one, C part, this is your carbon, hydrogen is there, hydrogen is there, carbon, hydrogen is there, alpha carbon, carbon, hydrogen is there, hydrogen is there, alpha carbon and hydrogen is there. So what enol product you would get from here is this one. This is your ring. Now let's say this proton is transferring, so basically you will get OH here and there will be formation of double bond. Now this, if this proton is transferring, so you'll get OH here and double bond here. If I'll talk about this one, if this proton is transferring, so you'll get OH here and double bond here. Now let's talk about this one, the fourth one. If I'll talk about fourth one, beta, this carbon is alpha carbon, this one, because this is adjacent to this CO group. Hydrogen here, hydrogen here. Similarly, this carbon is alpha, hydrogen here and hydrogen here. And what would be the product that you will get in this case is, okay, so this is your CO group which will remain as it is. Now this proton transfer will take place. So this is your OH and this is your double bond. Now this proton transfer will take place. So this is your OH and this is your double bond. Double bond will form over here. Now you have seen all the four products that are forming, enol products that are forming. So if you look at all the four compounds, this one, this one, this one and this one. If I look at the C part, the product formed here is resonance stabilized. Like it is in this compound is aromatic, alternate double single bond, OH group are there. Rest others, they are not aromatic because conjugation is not there. You have double bond, single bond, but then conjugation is breaking because of sp3 hybridized carbon. If I look at this compound, so there is a double, single, double, but this here conjugation is breaking. This is also not resonance stabilized. If I talk about this compound, in this compound, conjugation is breaking over here because this carbon is sp3 hybridized. This compound is resonance stabilized, it is aromatic, and aromatic compounds are more stable. So that is why you'll get highest enol content over here. That is why option number 4, that is C part, is the right answer, because this compound is aromatic. I'm sure it is clear, guys. Yes? Okay. So then we have another one. Question here says, which of the following is strongest base over here? Strongest Bronsted base they have mentioned. So according to Bronsted Lorry concept of acids and bases, Bronsted said that acids are proton donor and bases are proton acceptor. And that base, that compound would be a strong base that can easily donate lone pair to H plus ion, because it will be, that compound will be accepting the proton. So that compound will accept the proton easily, that can easily give lone pair. So if I'll write here, Bronsted bases are those which can easily give lone pair to H plus ion. Easily give lone pair to H plus ion, or that compound which can easily accept H plus ion. Okay, so if I look at these compounds A, B, C, D, so in these compounds you can see that here there is a nitrogen which is having lone pair, but that lone pair will be in conjugation because single, double, single, double. So this will do conjugation. Getting my point? This lone pair is delocalized. If I'll talk about B option, so here this nitrogen has lone pair. This nitrogen has lone pair, but that lone pair is not involved in any resonance over here because this is not a conjugated system. You have this nitrogen, then you have carbon which is sp3 hybridized. All the carbons here are sp3 3 hybridized. This is not a conjugated system, and here lone pair is not involved. Lone pair is not involved in resonance, because here lone pair is not involved in resonance, so it is more available for donation. Because it is more available for donation, that is why it is a strong Bronsted base. Let's look at other options. So if I look at the third option, this is aniline, where the lone pair present on nitrogen would be involved in resonance, right? Here the lone pair present on nitrogen would be involved in resonance from both the sides, because there are two benzene rings. So yes, here option number B is correct. That is why it is the strongest base. Okay. Next question we have is, you have to find out the polar molecule from the following. Just a second. Yeah. So polar molecule from the following. You have been given 4 different compounds. So the question is from chemical bonding, and chemical bonding, what is the key concept? Key concept here is dipole moment. Like, you will be able to find out moment, whether the molecule is polar or not, based on the dipole moment of the compound. If I talk about CHCl3, like CCl4, CO2, and you have been given ethene, let's start from CO2, carbon dioxide. If I'll talk about carbon dioxide, so the shape is linear, where the two out of carbon and oxygen is more electronegative. Direction of dipole moment would be from carbon to oxygen. So the two dipole moments, they are cancelling each other because of linear shape. That is why your dipole moment is equals to 0. So it is non-polar. Then we have CCl4 molecule. If I talk about CCl4, this is a tetrahedral. This is having tetrahedral geometry. In CCl4, in individual bonds, there is a polarity. Out of carbon and chlorine, chlorine is more electronegative. So in individual bond, there is a polarity. Direction of dipole moment here is this one, here it is this one, here it is this one, and here it is this one. So here the two dipole moments, the resultant of these two would be in this direction. The two dipole moments, they will cancel out, and dipole moment here also is equals to 0. So I've added the tetrahedral geometry over here also. This is your carbon, Cl here, Cl here. One dipole moment is in this direction, another dipole moment is in this direction, and that is why the two dipole moments, they are cancelling each other, right? One is in this direction and another is in this direction, they are cancelling. Okay, so this is also non-polar molecule. Next we have is CH2. This is ethene. Carbon and hydrogen, they do not have much difference, like their electronegativities are very close. So if I'll talk about CH2, this is the structure of CH2, where carbon and hydrogen, they do not have electronegative difference. So this molecule is also non-polar. Now let's talk about CHCl3. So in case of CHCl3, this is your, let me put it over here. This is your carbon, this is your hydrogen, chlorine, chlorine, and chlorine. Okay, the resultant of these two would be in downward direction. Okay, and resultant of these two, see the dipole moment of CCl bond and the dipole moment of CH bond, they want to be equal. That means whatever is the net dipole moment, that won't be cancelling the downward dipole moment. So in this case, dipole moment won't be equals to 0. Mu won't be equals to 0. And because dipole moment is not 0, that is why it is a polar molecule. So CH-Cl3 is a polar molecule over here. Okay. All right. So let's move towards the next one. Yeah. So the next question we have is, yellow compound of lead chromate gets dissolved on treatment with hot NaOH solution. The product of lead formed is. They're saying there is a yellow compound which is of lead chromate. Chromate ions are CrO4 minus 2. Dichromate is K2Cr2O7. K2Cr2O7, which is Cr2O7 minus 2. Cr2O7 minus 2. That is dichromate. Okay, and chromate is CrO4 minus 2. CrO4 minus 2. This is chromate ion. Dichromate crystals, they are of orange color, orange, and your chromate, they are of yellow color, right? They are talking about lead chromate. Lead chromate would be having formula PbCrO4. Okay, so lead chromate, which is of yellow color, gets dissolved on treatment with hot NaOH solution. You are dissolving it with hot NaOH solution. Okay, the product of lead formed is A. So you have to find out that the product of lead formed is a neutral complex with coordination number 4, dianionic complex with coordination number 4, tetraanionic complex with coordination number 6, dianionic complex with coordination number 6. So here, first of all, lead chromate, when we treat it with sodium hydroxide, it forms complex. So first of all, it will form sodium chromate, Na2CrO4, Na2CrO4, and then it forms PbNa2, PbOH4. Sodium chromate, and then you get Na2 PbOH4 if you want to balance it, so you'll be taking 4, right? 4 sodium here, 4 sodium here. Now, because they are talking, they have written the anionic complex, diionic or neutral complex. So I have to write this complex in terms of ionic form. If I'll be writing it in terms of ionic form, 1 sodium has +1. So 2 sodium would be having +2. So if you'll remove 2 sodium, you will get PbOH4 2 minus. This is the complex which is having 2 minus charge. So it is dianionic complex. It is dianionic. It is not neutral. So option number 1 is not correct. Dianionic complex. Yes, it is dianionic, and your coordination number is 4 because with your lead 4 ligands are attached. So that is why 4 sigma bonds are forming with hydroxide. That is why coordination number here is 4, and option number B is correct answer. There is no 6 coordination number. That is why we are not going with C or D. Right? Okay. Let's move ahead. Yes. So here our next question is, correct statement regarding nucleophilic substitution reaction in a chiral alkyl halide is. You have to find out correct statement. Nucleophilic substitution reaction in a chiral alkyl halide. They are saying retention occurs in SN1 reaction and inversion occurs in SN2 reaction. So here you should know like what happens in SN1 and what happens in SN2. They are talking about retention and SN inversion. So if you have any chiral alkyl halide is a alkyl halide where the carbon to which your halogen is attached. Let's say you have your Br attached over here, and with this carbon you have XYZ, YZ. These are the groups attached. So if I'll talk about SN1 reaction, SN1 is a two-step reaction. SN1. Let me write here. SN1, substitution nucleophilic unimolecular, it is a two-step mechanism. Two-step mechanism. And if I talk about SN2, that is a one-step mechanism. Let me write about SN2 as well. SN2, substitution nucleophilic bimolecular, it is a one-step mechanism. Okay, so here, basically if I talk about SN1, so its order of reactivity is maximum. For 3 degree alkyl halide, then you have 2 degree, and then you have 1 degree. I'll tell you why, like why is it so. Okay, so you have 3 degree alkyl halide, so that will be more reactive over here. So, and also the reaction takes place in the presence of polar protic solvents. Let me write here. Takes place in polar protic solvents. Protic solvents. Polar protic solvents like you have water, you have ethanol, CH3, CH2, OH, etc. Here rate of reaction, why it is called substitution nucleophilic unimolecular, because rate of reaction depends on the concentration of your alkyl halide only. Alkyl halide only. Right? So in case when your leaving group, first of all, what happens in the first step? First step is the formation of carbocation. If I talk about its mechanism, the first step is formation of carbocation. Okay. So here, what is going to happen? Your leaving group will leave, your Br minus will leave, and you will get your 3 degree, your trigonal planar carbocation. This is your carbocation after the leaving of leaving group. And sometimes they ask the question like, what is the geometry of the carbocation intermediate forming in SN1 reaction? This is trigonal planar because it is forming 3 sigma bonds. Trigonal planar. Now, in case of SN1, substitution nucleophilic unimolecular, second step is the attack of your nucleophile. So, your nucleophile can attack from the front side or from the back side. If your nucleophile can attack from the front side or from the back side, second step is attack of nucleophile. Attack of nucleophile. So, here, this is your nucleophile, carbocation, YZ. Your nucleophile can attack from the front side or from the back side. It can attack from here. Let's say you're talking about nucleophile as OH minus, or it can attack from the back side as well. If it can attack from the front side or from the back side, there will be retention as well as inversion. So, what are the possibilities that you get product with retention of configuration? If you are if it is attacking from the front side, you will get product with retention of configuration. Here you have your OH group, there is retention. And if it is attacking from the back side, so there will be inversion of configuration. Here you have OH, you have Y, and then you have Z. So here there is inversion of configuration. So in case of your SN1 reaction, there is a formation of racemic mixture because you are getting the retention product as well as the inversion product. So that is why SN1 proceeds with racemization. It proceeds with racemization. Okay. And also, like why 3 degree carbocation, like why 3 degree alkyl halide, they are most reactive over here? Because 3 degree carbocation formed here would be more stable. Because it would be more stable, that is why here this is the order of reactivity for SN1. Why it takes place in the presence of polar protic solvent? Because polar protic solvents they will be stabilizing the intermediate carbocation that will form. More the stability of intermediate carbocation, more will be the reactivity of your particular alkyl halide, right? And why it is called substitution nucleophilic unimolecular? Because first step is the slow step, and slowest step determines the rate of reaction. This is slow step, and that determines the rate of reaction. That is why rate of reaction is dependent only on alkyl halide, not on the concentration of nucleophile. That is why it is substitution nucleophilic unimolecular. So you have understood that SN1 takes place with racemic mixture, racemization. While if I'll talk about SN2, so if I'll talk about SN2, that is a one-step mechanism. Here the reactivity is maximum in case of methyl halide. Let's say you have CH3Br and you are carrying out its reaction with nucleophile. So here you get CH3OH and you have Br minus. Reaction takes place in the presence of polar aprotic solvent. Polar aprotic solvents like, let me write here, polar aprotic solvents. Polar aprotic solvents like you have DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, your DMF, dimethyl formamide. They are your polar aprotic solvents where your hydrogen is not linked with the electronegative element. Dimethyl sulfoxide, dimethyl formamide, you can take example as this one. Here hydrogen is not linked with the electronegative element, that is why they are polar aprotic. So here what happens, like in its mechanism, you have CH3Br. This is your CH3Br, and in SN2 there is a leaving group will leave and your nucleophile will attack in the same step. So this attacks from the back side because it cannot attack from the front side. Why it cannot attack from the front side? Because your leaving group is also electronegative. There is a negative charge here, there is a positive charge here. So there will be repulsion. There would be repulsion between nucleophile and your halogen. So that is why also because of steric hindrance, it can't attack from the front side, it attacks from the back side. And in the same step, there is a so here you have C, H here, H here. Your leaving group will leave and your nucleophile that will attack from the back side. So there will be formation of intermediate. You will get the product as OH, C, H, H here and H here. So you'll get product with inversion of configuration. Like configuration here is inverted. Inversion of configuration. Right. So that is why SN2 proceeds with inversion of configuration. And why we take polar aprotic solvent? So that it can't interfere with the nucleophile. Because if we'll take polar aprotic solvent, that will interact with the nucleophile, making it more bulky, in which it will be difficult for the nucleophile to attack from the on the electrophilic carbon. Right. So here, coming back to this question, the correct statement regarding nucleophilic substitution reaction in chiral alkyl halide. In chiral alkyl halide, you have studied that SN1 proceeds with racemization and SN2 proceeds with inversion of configuration. That is why option number 2 is correct. Racemization occurs in SN1 reaction and inversion occurs in SN2 reaction. That is why option number 2 is correct, guys. I'm sure it is clear to everybody. Okay, great. So option number 3 is correct. Next, guys. Yes. So next question we have is, given below are two statements. Statement 1, which says aqueous solution of ammonium carbonate is basic, and statement 2 says acidic or basic nature of salt solution of salt or weak acid and weak base depends on K and Kb value of acid in the base forming it. In light of the above statement, choose the most appropriate answer from the options given below. So there are 4 options they have given, but first of all we have to decide like whether the two statements are correct or not. Sorry. So, aqueous solution of ammonium carbonate. First of all, we should know like ammonium carbonate. So, the formula of ammonium carbonate is NH4 twice CO3. It is a salt which is formed from weak acid and weak base. It is a salt. If I'll talk about the parents of the salt, so this salt is formed by taking ammonium hydroxide, which is a weak base, okay, and parent of carbonate is H2CO3, carbonic acid H2CO3, which is a weak acid. Now, here weak acids, they form, now this salt that would be dissociating to give NH4 positive and CO3 minus 2 ions, NH4 positive and CO3 minus 2 ions. Now, if I look at the parent of NH4 positive, so the parent of NH4 positive is ammonium hydroxide, which is a weak base. Weak base, they always form strong conjugate acids. They form strong, so let me write here, they form strong conjugate acids. And your parent of carbonate is weak acid. Weak acid will form strong conjugate base. So this will form strong conjugate base. Now, because they both are strong, so they are going to interact with water. So NH4 positive and CO3 minus, they will be interacting with water equally. This will be interacting with water and this will be interacting with water. In water, NH4 positive, that will interact with OH minus ions, and in water, CO3 minus 2, that will interact with H plus ions. So because they both are interacting equally, so the H plus ions and OH minus ions concentration in water is not gonna change, because H plus and OH minus ion concentration in water is not gonna change. The solution pH will remain unaltered pH. That means if the solution is acidic, it will remain as acidic. Solution is basic, it will remain basic. If solution is your neutral, it will remain neutral. But the point is, here we have to find out like whether the solution would be basic, whether the solution would be acidic. How we will decide that? So that is decided by looking at Ka and Kb value of acid. If I'll again come back to the question. So the assertion statement says, statement 1 says, aqueous solution of ammonium carbonate is basic. So how will I find out whether the solution is basic? So for this, because there is no other way by which you can find out, pH will remain constant, but how will you decide whether it will be basic or acidic or neutral? So for that, you have to look for the Ka value of acid and Ka value of base. So if I'll talk about, hello, Asif, good morning. Have you just joined? I've just seen your message. Hello, Aditya Pandey. Good morning, sir. I don't know, sir or... Yup. So, what I was telling you. Yes, I was telling you that how will you decide? So, that decision you will take by looking at Ka value of acids and bases. So, Ka for your acid, for carbonic acid, the Ka value is 4.3 into 10 is power minus 7. And something is there. Okay. Okay. All right, so. Just a second, guys. Let me just adjust. Give me a second. Okay. All right. So yes. Hello, Anand, Kanchan, Godra. Good morning. How are you? Yes. So, hmm. So how will you decide whether the solution will be acidic or basic? So for that, you have to look for the K value of acid and Kb value of the base. So K value for acid is 4.3 into 10 to the minus 7 for base. Base here is ammonium hydroxide. It is 1.82 into 10 to the minus 5. Now out of the two, if Kb is greater, here you can see that Kb is greater than Ka. That is why the solution would be basic. So this is the only way by which you can decide whether the solution would be acidic or basic, is that let's say K is more than Kb, then the solution would be acidic. Okay. So because your Kb value is greater, for ammonium hydroxide Kb value is greater as compared to Ka, that is why solution would be basic over here. So yes, here now coming back, aqueous solution of ammonium carbonate is basic. This is true. Acha, you joined from start. Okay, so I'm sure you have understood each and every question asked. Anand, Kenshin, Godra, and all of you. So aqueous solution of ammonium carbonate is basic. This statement is true. Statement second, acidic basic nature of salt solution of salt or weak acid and weak base depends on K and Kb value of acid. This is also true, and the base forming it. So this is also true, and this is very well explaining assertion. But here we have to find out both statement 1 and second are correct. Statement 1 and 2 are incorrect. Both statement 1 and 2 are correct. So option A is the right answer over here. Hello. भूल गई मैम. Aaron Vinod, your name is coming as Vinod ne. Good morning, beta. So is this question clear to everybody? Okay, chalo. Let's move ahead. Now the question here says NaCl reacts with concentrated H2SO4 and K2Cr2O7 to give reddish fumes, which react with NaOH to give yellow solution. B and C respectively are. Now this question is from Chromyl chloride test, which is part of your D block. So it is totally directly question based on that. So what in Chromyl chloride test, what happens is that you heat your potassium dichromate with NaCl and concentrated H2SO4. So when you heat your potassium dichromate K2Cr2O7, you have K2Cr2O7, you are treating it with NaCl and concentrated H2SO4. Then what you get reddish brown fumes of chromyl chloride, which is CrO2Cl2. So you get CrO2Cl2. Okay, so you will be getting CrO2Cl2, then you will be getting KHSO4, potassium bisulfate, NaHSO4, SO4, and then what is remaining is your water, H2O. You get reddish brown fumes. And this is your A. They are saying, kahan gaya wo? To give B. This is your B. Okay, which react with NaOH to give yellow solution C. So when you treat your chromyl chloride with sodium hydroxide solution, then you get yellow colored solution, and yellow colored solution is of chromate ion. And I told you chromate ion are CrO4 minus 2. So with NaOH it will be forming, you have chromyl chloride CrO2Cl2 and you are treating it with NaOH. then you will be getting yellow colored solution, which will be of sodium chromate, Na2CrO4. Na2CrO4 you will be getting, and which is of yellow color. Yellow. So this is your C. This compound is your C. Okay? And you will be getting NaCl over here. If I'll write the complete product, NaCl and then water, H2O. Okay? So here, they are saying B and C. B is your chromyl chloride and C is your sodium chromate. So option number A is correct over here. And this is your chromyl chloride test. Chromyl chloride, and which is very important, guys. I've seen many questions asked from this topic. And this is used for the identification of chloride ions, Cl minus ions in your salt. We use this test if you want to identify whether chloride ions are there or not. Is this clear? All right. Okay, so let's move ahead towards the next one. Pole is not added over here. So, can you tell me the answer of this question based on the trick like that you are already aware? The question is very easy for you because you know the trick, like how to find out magnetic moment or who would be having maximum magnetic moment. So giving you time, tell me which species would be having highest magnetic moment associated with it. Till then, let me drink water. I'm waiting for your answers, guys. All of you, all the students present here, those who have joined this lecture. Yes. Very good, Asif. Very good. So sure, option B is correct because it's very easy. You have been given this configuration 3D8. 3D8 means it has how many unpaired electrons? Let me use different color. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7 and 8. It has 2 unpaired electrons. If I'll talk about 3D6, 3D6 means it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It has 4 unpaired electrons. And 3D3, it has 3 unpaired electrons, 1, 2 and 3. So number of unpaired electrons are 3 over here. And here in this case, in case of D7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So here also number of unpaired electrons are 3. So more the number of unpaired electrons, more would be the value of magnetic moment. So here option number second is correct. And again I am telling you the trick. Number of unpaired electrons are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So magnetic moment would be, you have to write 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Just write 7, 8 and 3 times 9. So more number of unpaired electrons, more magnetic moment. Option number B is correct. Next question. Yes. Question here says, given below are 2 statements. Statement 1, 4f and 5f series of elements are placed separately in the periodic table to preserve the principle of classification. Okay. Statement 2 is saying F block elements can be found in pure form in nature. So you guys tell me what should be the answer of this question. What should be the answer of this question? According to you. Just try, guys. Come on, all of you. Yes, your F block elements, they have 4F series and 5F series. There are two series which are placed at the bottom. Very good. So option B is correct over here. Option B. That statement 1 is true, but statement 2 is false. Why? Let me tell you that. 4F series in the periodic table, your 4F, that is your F block elements, they are placed at the bottom. Why they were placed at the bottom of the periodic table? Because when we were doing the classification of elements into blocks, like S block is there at the left side of the, on the right side, sorry, left side of the periodic table, top left. Then you have extreme right of the periodic table is P block, in between you have D block. Then where should we place F block elements? So F block elements, they were placed separately at the bottom. Because their last electron enters into F. So it was done to preserve the principle of classification. This is true. S block elements, they have one electron. If I'll talk about group 1, so they have one electron in the valence shell. Your group 2 elements, they have two electrons in the valence shell. So do you think that they will ever exist in the pure form? They are very reactive. And if they are very reactive, they are never found in pure form, in their pure state or their native state. That is not true. They are very reactive. So S block elements can be found in pure form. No, that's not true. So statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is not correct. It is false. That is why option number B is correct over here. Clear? Okay. Next. Ascending order of acidity of OH group in the following compounds is acidic strength of OH group. Who will be most acidic? That will be most acidic where the negative charge of the phenoxide ion will be more stabilized. There will be more delocalization of that charge. So that is done by the electron withdrawing groups. More the electron withdrawing groups, more would be the acidic strength. So according to you guys, tell me what should be the answer here. You very well know like about this concept. So tell me which option should be the answer here. Yes, boss. Just try one. Option B is the right answer over here. Option B. Yes. Why option B? Because if you look at all of them, let's start from here, because this is having more electron withdrawing groups. At here in E compound, there is NO2 group at ortho position as well as para position, and NO2 attached at ortho and para position will help in maximum dispersion of the negative charge or delocalization of the negative charge because of minus R effect of your NO2 group, right? So this will be most acidic. After that, if I look at the two, there is only OH group, there is MEOH group, and then you are here you have NO2 group. So NO2 group is electron withdrawing, so it will be it will help. There is only one at the para position. Here you have two, both at ortho and para position. So first, this is gonna be, E is gonna be most acidic. Then there will be B, right? After that, you have OH group. Here MEOH group, this is electron donating. So its acidic strength would be less as compared to D. So you have D, and then you have E. And then last you have aliphatic alcohol. This is Bu. Here is butyl group, CH3, CH2, CH2, CH2. All the alkyl groups, they are electron donating. They are increasing the electron density. Such a big alkyl group, it is oxygen is already having lone pair. After losing H plus ions, it would acquire negative charge. This would acquire negative charge, which is not stabilized by any minus I effect or minus R effect or minus M effect. So here, this is gonna be least stable. That is why A here, option B is the right answer. A, C, D, B, E. Clear? Okay, next. Let's move towards another one. Question says here, element not showing variable oxidation state. Which element does not show variable oxidation state? Tell me the answer here. Bromine, chlorine, iodine, fluorine. This is from P block, group 17 elements. Group 17 we have fluorine, chlorine, bromine, iodine. So which element does not show variable oxidation state? You know that all the P block elements, they show two, they can show maximum of two oxidation state. Either is their group one is their group oxidation state, and another is their whatever is the group oxidation state, 2 minus 2 of that is shown by P block elements because of inert pair effect. And if I'll talk about all of them, bromine, chlorine, iodine, fluorine is the only element over here. Fluorine is the only element over here which does not show variable oxidation state. The other elements, they have 7. If I'll talk about halogens, I have fluorine, chlorine, bromine, iodine, and we have acidine. They all are like electronegative elements. They are present in 17 group. They have 7 electrons in their valence shell. So they can show -1, like which oxidation state is common in them is -1 oxidation state. However, they have 7 electrons in their valence shell, so their group oxidation state can be +7 also. But fluorine is never gonna show +7, or because of inert pair effect, +5 they can also show. Fluorine is never gonna show your positive oxidation state because it is the most electronegative element in the whole periodic table. So it is not gonna show positive oxidation state. Other elements, they can show positive oxidation state. Also +7 and +5, why it can't show? Because it does not contain vacant d orbitals. Others, third period and non-period elements, they can expand their covalency. Like other halogens, they show, chlorine show +7 oxidation state in Cl2O7. So because they have d orbitals, they have vacant d orbitals, so they can expand their covalency. So they can show other oxidation state, but fluorine never. One reason, it is the most electronegative element. It can't show positive oxidation state. Second reason is that it does not contain vacant d orbitals. So that is why here option number 4 is correct. Is this clear? Okay, so let's move towards the next one. Yes. So the question here says, sum of bond order of CO and NO positive is. You have to find out the sum of bond order of CO and NO positive. So how will you find that out? For this, you can use a trick. What is that trick? Is that, okay, tell me what is the bond order of N2? N2 molecule. What is the bond order of that? What is bond order? Bond order is how many bonds are forming between two atoms. What is the bond order of N2, guys? N2 bond order. I think there is some lag which I am facing. N2, nitrogen molecule. What is the bond order of that? I can't see the messages. I think here also there is some glitch that I am seeing the messages late. Yes, yes. Bond order of N2 is 3. Yes, now I can see it. Yep. So, bond order of N2 is 3. So, what is the trick that you can follow? Not for these molecules, but for others as well. So, if you have total, you just have to count the total number of electrons. So, if your total number of electrons are 14, so bond order is 3. Now, let's say total number of electrons is 15, so bond order would be, you just have to subtract 0.5. So, it will be 2.5. For 16 electrons, it would be 2. For 17 electrons, your 1.5. For 18 electrons, it will be 1. Now, even let's say you have a total number of electrons as 13 or 12 or 11, then how will you find out the bond order? Just count the electrons. You just have to again subtract 0.5. So it will be 2.5. Here 12, it will be 2. For 10, it will be 1. For 11, it will be 1.5. And for 10, it will be 1. So this trick you can follow to find out the bond order. These are total number of electrons. Total number of electrons, you just have to count, and this is your bond order. This will help you a lot, guys. Also, there is one more trick which I should tell you. What is that? Is that let's say you have to find out, there is one common question which is generally asked in the exam, is that they ask you to arrange the oxygen species in the increasing order of their bond strength or their bond length. So there is one trick which you can follow. Let me write it over here. Let's say you have been given O2, O2 positive, O2, 2 positive, O2 minus, O2 minus 2. You have to arrange them in bond strength, increasing order of bond strength, bond length. So what you can use over here, what is the bond order of O2, guys? Bond order of O2 is 2. See, all these questions, they are expressed, they are related to bond order. So bond order of O2 is 2. So what you will do to find out the bond order of O2 positive, you just have to add 0.5. Just add 0.5. So it will be 2.5. For O2 2 positive, it will be 3. For O2 minus, you have to subtract, because it is minus, you have to subtract 0.5 from here. So it will be 1.5 and this is 1. Getting my point? So otherwise, though, it will be very difficult for you to draw the diagram and then find out the bond order. It will take a lot of your time, and you should not spend more than 2 minutes on a single question in your exam. Right? So you can, but please keep in mind that this trick, this one, is applicable for O2 only. You can't apply this in case of N2 molecules. Is it clear? This will help you a lot. You can solve many questions using this trick within seconds. So let's say now you have to arrange the molecules in the increasing order of bond length. So who would be having more bond length, where the bond order is more? Sorry, bond order is less. Less or bond order, let me write here. Bond order and bond strength. Bond strength is directly proportional to bond order. But bond strength and bond length, more the bond length, less will be the bond strength. They are inversely proportional. So we can write bond order is inversely proportional to bond length. So let's say the question is asking you to arrange in the increasing order of bond strength. So you can simply arrange like this, that bond strength would be this. And then you have O2, O2 positive, and then you have O2 2 positive. This is the order of bond strength. Let's say you have to find out the order of bond length. So what you will do in that case? It would be reverse. O2 2 minus having maximum because less bond order. Is this clear? Okay. So why I'm telling this to you, because you have not, I think you have not studied from me in class 11. So that's why. So coming back to this question now. So you have to find out bond order of CO and NO positive. So if I count the electrons, total number of electrons in CO, carbon has 6 electrons, atomic number is 6, oxygen has 8. Total electrons are 14. NO positive. In case of NO positive, nitrogen has 7 electrons, oxygen has 8. There is a positive charge, so minus 1, total of 14 electrons. Because they both have equal number of electrons, so they are isoelectronic. Isoelectronic species. And obviously, if they have 14 electrons, so their bond order would be 3. So it would be 3 plus 3. 3 plus 3 means 6. Bond order here is 6. Simple. Right? Okay, let's move ahead. Mass of, and all these questions which we are doing today, they were asked in JEE Mains 2024. So now you can have an idea like how the question paper they set. Mass of methane required to produce 22 gram of CO2 after complete combustion is. You have to find out mass of methane. So this is an easy question. No? Can you tell me the answer? Well, can you imagine this was asked in JEE Mains 2024? It is super easy that any student can tell the answer without even solving. Yes. So first of all, in these questions, what do you have to do? You have to write the equation first. Quickly write the equation. Mass of methane. Methane is undergoing combustion to produce CO2 and water. Okay. So now you have your equation should be balanced. So I'll multiply here by 2. So 4, so multiplied here also by 2. Now this equation is balanced. According to my equation, I can see what is the mass of 1 mole of methane. Mass of carbon is 12. Hydrogen has 1, 4 are there, so 16. So I can see 1 mole of methane, that is 16. Mass of 1 mole of methane is 16 gram. 16 gram methane is reacting with mass of 1 oxygen atom is your 16, 232, 64. It is reacting with 64 gram of mass of 2 mole of oxygen gas is 64. What is the mass of 1 mole of CO2? That is 44. Carbon is 12, oxygen is 16 to 32, so it will be 44. So it is giving 44 gram carbon dioxide and water mass is 18 to 36 gram, according to my equation. Now I want to find out the mass which is required to produce 22 gram CO2. Beta 44 gram CO2 is produced by 16 gram. If you want to prepare 22 gram, then how much mass of methane you need? Tell me. 44 gram CO2 is produced by 16 gram methane. So 22 gram CO2 would be produced by 16 upon 44 into 22. 8 grams. Simple. Hello, Saurav. Is this clear, guys? So here the answer is 8. 8 gram. Okay? 8 gram. Yeah. Next question, guys. Question here says from the given list the number of compounds with +4 oxidation state of sulfur is. You have to find out the number of compounds with +4 oxidation state of sulfur. You have been given different compounds, SO3, H2, SO4. How many number of compounds have +4 oxidation state? So that is easy. So let's find that out. SO3. Just do it quickly with me, right? One oxygen has -2. This is X. So X minus 6 is equals to 0. X is equals to 6. Sulfur here is in +6. Now let's talk about H2SO3. One hydrogen has +1, sulfur has X, oxygen has -2. So 2 plus X minus 6 is equals to 0, X is equals to 4. After that you have SOCl2, SOCl2. Sulfur I have assumed X, oxygen has -2, 1 Cl has -1. So X minus 2 is equals to 0. So X is equals to 4. After that we have SF4. Sulfur has X, fluorine has -1. So X minus 4 is equals to 0. X is equals to 4. After that we have BaSO4. Barium sulfate. In barium sulfate, SO4 has, barium has +2. So SO4 would be having -2. So X minus 8 is equals to -2. X is equals to +6. After that you have H2S2O7. H2S2O7. Hydrogen has +1, sulfur has X, oxygen has -2. So 2 plus 2x minus 14 is equals to 0. So 2x is equals to 12, X is equals to 6. How many compounds have X as +4? Sulfur, here and here. So the answer here is 3 compounds. They exist here in +4 oxidation state. Is it clear? Is this question clear to all of you? Okay, chalo फिर let's move ahead. Next. After that, we have the next question, which says 3-methyl hex-2-ene on reaction with HBr in presence of peroxide forms an addition product A. Number of possible stereoisomers for A is. You have been given this compound 3-methyl hex-2-ene. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So at third position you have methyl. At second position you have double bond. So CH3. Here you have H3. You have H2. H2. And this is hydrogen. Now what you are doing, you are carrying out the addition of HBr, okay, in the presence of peroxide. So there will be anti-Markovnikov's rule we will follow. It is forming a product A. You have to find out number of stereoisomers of A is. So first of all, according to anti-Markovnikov's rule, negative goes to the carbon which has more hydrogen. So hydrogen is 1 over here, 1 hydrogen here. Here you do not have any hydrogen, no hydrogen. So negative will be coming here. So what you will get is CH3, CH2, CH2, CH3, then hydrogen here, single bond CH, Br, and here you have CH3. This is your compound. Now this is your A. Now they are asking how many stereoisomers for A is. Now the point is, there is no double bond in this compound. So there is no possibility that this compound can show geometrical isomerism. Geometrical isomerism is not possible over here. Geometrical isomerism is not possible over here. That is ruled out. So Now, how many stereoisomers it can form? That totally depends on how many chiral centers are there in a molecule, and there is a formula for that. That number of stereoisomers you can calculate using the formula 2 raised to the power n. So in this one, this carbon is not chiral, this carbon is not chiral, this is not chiral. With this carbon, there are 4 different groups attached. One here, one here, one here, and one here. These are 4 different groups attached. So this carbon is chiral. This is your stereo center. Okay. Similarly, this carbon is also chiral because with this carbon, different groups are attached. This is also your stereo center. So how many stereoisomers are possible? So that number of stereoisomers is equals to 2 raised to the power n. What is n over here? It is the number of chiral carbons or number of stereo centers. So that is 2 raised to the power 2. So the answer is 4. That is why number of possible stereoisomers for this compound is 4 here. Right? After that, we have the next one. Next question, which says, consider the following data for the given reaction, and they have given this reaction. 2HI is giving H2 plus I2. They have given this data that the concentration, there are different observations 1, 2 and 3. For this one, when the concentration of HI is 0.005, rate is 7.5 into 10 to the power minus 4. When the concentration of HI is this, rate is this, and for the third observation 0.02, rate is this. You have to find out order of reaction. You don't know what is the order of reaction. Okay, so what will you do over here? Because you don't know the order, so you can write the rate law expression as rate is equals to K into concentration of HI to the power n. You don't know what is order and you have to find out. Based on these data, you can make 2 equations, you can divide them and you can get the value of n. So for the first observation, I can write rate 1 is equals to rate 1 is equals to 7.5 into 10 to the power minus 4 is equals to K. HI concentration is 0.005 to the power n. Rate 2 you can write as 3 into 10 to the power minus 3 is equals to K into concentration of HI, which is 0.01 to the power n. Now what you can do, you can make 2 equations, divide the 2 equations. Let's divide second by 1. Dividing second equation by first. So 3 into 10 to the power minus 3 upon 7.5 into 10 to the power minus 4. K will cancel out, 0.01 upon 0.0005 to the power n. So 5, 6, 5 and 5, 5, 25, 3 to 6, 3, 5, 15, and this would be 2 into, this will go 10 upon 5. So this is coming as 2 square. We can write it as 2 square. And if I talk about this one, so this will go, there will be one more 0, 5, 2 raised to the power n. So you can see that the value of n is equals to 2 over here. N is equals to 2. So the reaction is of second order. Is this clear? Okay. So you can see that the question, this was also asked in Mains 2024, and you can see the question is easy. Right, let's move towards the last one. Last question for, not last, second last question. Question here says the 3 moles, if 3 moles of an ideal gas is 300 Kelvin, expand isothermally from 30 decimeter cube to 45 decimeter cube against a constant opposing pressure of 80 kilopascal. then the amount of heat transferred is. Here they have given 3 moles of ideal gas. Okay, temperature is 300 Kelvin. Expands isothermally. It is expanding isothermally from volume V1 here is 30 decimeter cube to V2, which is your 45 decimeter cube. Okay, against a constant external pressure, there is a constant external pressure. P external is given. That is equals to 80 kilopascal. That is 80 into 10 is power 3 Pascal. Amount of heat transferred is. For isothermal process, heat you can find out Q is equals to minus W. So that means here you have to find out the value of work done in this process. So this is isothermal reversible, irreversible process. So work done can be calculated as minus P external into delta V. P external is 80 into 10 is power 3 Pascal. Pascal is Newton per meter square, and delta V is V2 minus V1. 45 minus 30 would be 15. It is decimeter cube. 1 decimeter cube, 1 decimeter is 10 is power minus 1. So it would be 10 raised to power minus 3 meter cube. I should write in meter because they have given in 1 decimeter is 10 is power minus 1 meter. So it is decimeter cube. So 10 is power minus 3 meter cube. Okay. So 10 is power 3 minus 3 will cancel out. This is meter. So minus 80 into 15. Minus 80 into 15 Newton meter. And Newton meter is joule. 5840 is 0 for 1200 minus 1200 joule, and this is the value of work done. So this will be Q here will be 1200 joule, and they are asking in joule. So 1200 joule. Clear? Okay. So then we have the last question. What is that? The question is number of electrons present in all the completely filled subshells having n is equals to 4 and s is equals to plus half. So you have to find out how many electrons are present with the quantum number n is equals to 4 and s is equals to plus half. This is easy. What is the formula to find out number of orbitals? What is the formula to find out number of orbitals, guys? In a particular orbit. In a particular orbit, the formula to find out number of orbitals is n square. So when quantum number is 4, n value is 4. So how many orbitals are there? So it would be 4 square, that is 16. 16 orbitals are there. An orbital can accommodate maximum of 2 electrons. Single orbital, one orbital can accommodate 2 electrons. So 16 orbitals can accommodate 32 electrons. So total number of electrons is equals to 32. Now in these orbitals, 16 orbitals, 32 electrons will be accommodated. Out of 32 electrons, 16 electrons will be having the spin quantum number plus half, and 16 electrons will be having spin quantum number as minus half. So they are talking about plus half. So number of electrons with this quantum number n is equals to 4 and s is equals to plus half would be 16 electrons. Is this clear? Okay. Then here we have the last question for the day is this one. Among the following total number of meta-directing functional groups. Meta-directing beta. Number of meta-directing functional groups you have to find out. So can you tell me the answer? Come on, this is the last question for today. Can you guys tell me the answer for this question? All of you. Yes, I'm waiting, guys. Come on, this is the last question. I think I'm not able to see the chart. Give me a second. Let me scroll it down. Yes, everybody. Very good. So there are 4 meta-directing function groups here. What are these 4 meta-directing function groups? NO2, it is electron withdrawing. All the electron withdrawing groups, those who show minus R effect, they direct your electrophile to meta position, not at ortho and para, because at ortho and para there is a decreased electron density. So yes, this is meta directing. This is CN is meta directing. In NH-COCH3, lone pair is there which will participate in resonance. So this is not meta directing. This is ortho para. After that we have COR group, because this is C double bond O. This will be withdrawing electrons. So this is meta directing. And then we have COH group, C double bond O, OH group. This is again meta directing. Cl shows minus I effect. It is a deactivating group, but it directs your electrophile to your ortho and para position because of your plus R effect. Right? So total of 4 functional groups are meta directing over here. Is it clear? So that's it from my side. Now your physics revision will be there. Physics, that is Varsha ma'am will be taking your marathon session. After that, Kunal sir will be taking your physics marathon session. So I'm sure you have enjoyed it. Wish you all the very best. When is your exam? You told me the dates. Aaron, I think you are having your exam tomorrow. What about Asif and other students? Yep. What are your dates, guys? I think messages again appear late to me. So I can't see the messages. You have written thank you, ma'am. No worries, Cholo. I hope your exam is tomorrow. So all the very best for that. Do let me know after giving the exam, like how was it? Same tomorrow. Okay. Got it. Tomorrow. So all the best. Try your best. Don't panic while appearing for the exam. Just relax your mind while sitting in your examination hall. And before going, just make sure that you revise all the formulas. That is very important. Last minute thing I'm telling you. Chalo, fir wish you all the best. Bye bye, guys. See you later. Bye bye.
Hello. Am I audible? Testing. Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. A very good morning. Today we are doing a marathon session, back to back. Chemistry you just finished, and now we will be doing some questions on mathematics after me. Kunal sir is going to continue. Don't worry, I'll give you some gap in between for food. Do not mix your food along with the lecture. I want you to sit with full concentration. No distraction, absolute no distraction. I will give you some time between my class and physics, some time to have your food, have your lunch. Okay. So myself, Varsha, and the questions which I have taken today, basically 25 questions, we're going to aim in the next 1.5 to 2 hours. We will be solving it together. It's not going to be a one-way class where I'm simply just telling you the solution. This is the question, that's the solution. I want you to be involved with me. I want you to sit with your book, pen, paper, solve continuously, and let's see some of the students. Hello, Hussein, Vinod. That's, I think, Aryan. Aryan, Hussein, and who else is there? Chat देखते हैं. I'll just begin in. Guys, whoever is there, please say a hi. If there are only 2 students, that's also fine, यार. ये क्या है? Okay. Okay. थोड़ा सा lag है ना? I think Vaishali ma'am already talked about it. There's a lag in what we are saying and what you guys are responding. But it's okay. We'll try and see how continuously we can be interactive throughout the class. Fine. Good to have you all. Some of the students are already studying with me. Some students who will be watching it later might be a new student. So just saying that the main trick in this JEE exam, in any such entrance exam, is you have to stay calm in the examination hall. The more calm you are, the better your mind will function. And maybe 3 questions extra you will do correct. But if you are worried, if you get tensed in the examination hall, you're going to certainly lose a lot of marks. You'll make silly mistakes. And remember, a small correct thing will give you +4, and a small mistake will give you will definitely lose that 4 marks, but then -1 extra negative mark. So you'll end up losing 5 marks because of that small, confusion or that anxiety. So 5 marks versus +4. Just imagine. एक जगह आपको +4 मिल रहा है, दूसरी जगह you're just going directly -5. It's all a game of mental strength. You have to be absolutely calm. You know how much you have studied, accept the reality. Meditate, in fact, for 10 minutes that, okay, this is how you're going to perform. You will give your best in the exam, you will stay calm, and whichever question, 5 question, 10 question, 20 questions you can solve, you will just solve that. But not worked up by looking at others. The journey is yours, and you have to be completely responsible for it. Here we begin with the first question, the 25 questions. In fact, this has many questions. I have chosen top 25 according to me. The first question to start with is an easy one. Yes, it has appeared in JEE Mains. Consider 3 urns A, B, C. A contains 7 red, 5 black. B contains 5 red, 7 black. And C contains 6 red and 5 black. One of the urn is selected at random and a ball is drawn from it. If the ball drawn is black, then the probability that it is drawn from urn A. I think now this question certainly everyone can answer. It's not a very mixed concept. It's based on what? ये किस चीज पे बेस्ड है? Yeah, you can write in the chat if you know. It's based on Bayes theorem, right? Simple enough. We have talked about it a lot of times, and others also know that if there are 3 bags, it's like 3 ounces means 3 containers, 7 red, 5 black, 5 red, 7 black, and 6 red, 6 black in A, B, C containers. And that's like the 3 partitions of your sample space. The 3 partitions, we call them as E1, E2, E3. And what is the event that is happening when you pick up a ball randomly? It turns out to be black. So A is the event where you're getting a black ball. The question is, tell that it was drawn from first urn. So it's probability of even given A. Probability of A in even upon probability multiplied by probability of even upon A in even multiplied by probability of even plus A in E2 multiplied by probability of E2 plus probability of A in E3 into probability of E3. Simple Bayes theorem based question. Yeah, it can be asked because guys understand a lot of state boards do not have this type of questions. Being CBSE, being from studying NCRT gives you that advantage. A lot of questions from JEE you feel that you've studied in textbook, but other state people, they do not feel similar. I'm sure if there is a Maharashtra state student or any other state, they would feel like they've never seen this, and for them it becomes difficult. So NCRT is always an advantage. That's why I say stick to NCRT for making a base very, very strong. So probability of black ball in first box will be 5 out of 12 into what is probability of each box, because we are randomly selecting, probability of each box will be equal, that is 1/3. 5 by 12 into 1/3 plus probability of black ball in second is 7 by 12 into 1/3. Probability of black in 6 by 12 into 1/3. So 1/3 will get cancelled from numerator and denominator. You have 5 by 12, the whole divided by 5 plus 7, 12 plus 6, 18 by 12. That is equal to 5 by 18, right? So keep saying something or the other in between so that I know you all are there in the class. If you all are too tired with the after the chemistry session, Vaishali ma'am I'm sure has taken a great session. But if you are feeling tired, then please put some water because आज बैठना है अच्छे से. Next, f of x is given as x minus 2 when x is between 0 and 2, and f of x is minus 2 when x is between minus 2 and 0. This is h of x. Then find the integral value of minus 2 to 2 h of x dx. ये interesting question. You have to find f of modulus x plus modulus of f of x. I want everyone to think, how will you find out f of modulus x? पहले ये find करो बच्चों, f of mod x from this function, and then make a function where you are finding modulus of f of x, and then you will finally add them, f of mod x and modulus of f of x. You will get a new function. After you get a new function, then we will integrate. minus 2 से 2 है तो पहले हम पूरा फाइंड करेंगे इसको. So tell me what will be f of modulus x, everyone. यस हर्ष, मैं नहीं समझ पाई आपका कमेंट. व्हाट डू यू मीन मेन चैनल पे लाइव चल रहा है? 2 minus x. Okay. See, mod x का critical point या vertex होगा 0. So this function will change at 0. If I'm putting instead of x, you will put mod x, right? So it becomes mod x minus 2 and this remains minus 2. It is mod x minus 2 for this. But then this mod x will also further split into two parts, which is once positive and then negative. I have taken this mod x as positive as well as negative. When is it positive? When x is greater than or equal to 0. Negative when x is less than 0. Now imagine karo bachcho, we are talking about minus 2 to 2. So one thing we realized that 0 is a breakup. From minus 2 to 2 when you move, 0 is the point where you can break this, divide the integral. Okay, so I've got the two parts. Ma'am, what about this minus 2? But I'm not interested in this minus 2 because I've already got for greater than 0 and for less than 0. अगर आपको ये जो है, you will feel that ma'am this is also for less than 0. So which one shall I take, this one or that one? बेटा ये वाला. क्यों? क्योंकि modulus x डालने के बाद we get this. So first part is clear, f of mod x. Now we're going to the second part. Any doubt you should ask. I will reply. Maybe there's a lag, so thoda late I will reply, but I'll reply. Modulus of f of x. Okay, in this function you put a mod basically. So mod of x minus 2 and mod of minus 2. Mod of x minus 2 will further have two parts. That is x minus 2 and minus x plus 2. What will be the point where it is changing behavior? The critical point is 2. So it will be positive when x is greater than 2 and negative when x is less than 2. What about this? This will be 2 when x is less than 0. बराबर है? Modulus of f of x for x less than 0, it is plus 2. What about x greater than 0? X greater than 0, it will be minus x plus 2. Check kar lo. In each section, minus 2 to 0, do you know the first function? Yes. In minus 2 to 0, it is this. We'll pick this. Minus 2 to 0 में ये वाला choose करेंगे. और minus 2 to 0 में कौन सा, इसमें से कहाँ से choose करेंगे हम? For the first portion. And for the second portion, that is from 0 to 2, यहाँ से कौन सा choose होगा? और यहाँ से greater than 0. आओ, यहाँ पे ये वाला choose. Sorry, ये minus x plus 2 है. एक बार और check कर लो. Because I'm saying minus 2 to 0, the blue one. So it's less than 0. It should be this. Less than 0, ये. X less than 0. X less than 0. ठीक है, for both. And pink वाला देखते हैं. That is when it is more than 0. On the right. More than 0, it's x minus 2. More than 0 or less than 2, it is this. All I'm going to do is now add them. While adding, you have to take both the parts into consideration, or when you basically separate it, it will be minus 2 to 0 h of x dx and 0 to 2 h of x dx. So minus 2 to 0, कौन सा लेंगे हम? Blue वाला. Minus x minus 2 plus 2 dx. And 0 to 2, we are going to take the pink one. Minus x minus 2 minus x plus 2. ठीक है, यहाँ से क्या हो रहा है? minus 2 plus 2 cancel हो रहा है. What is this integral that we are getting? Pink वाला is plus. Yeah. So x cancels, 2 cancels, this becomes 0. X minus 2 and minus x plus 2 cancel. Only the first part you have to integrate from minus 2 to 0 minus x. And what is the answer that you're getting? A, B, C, D. लिमिट्स भी तो डालना है. 2. Okay. माइनस बाहर आ जाएगा. इट्स एक्स स्क्वायर बाई 2 -2 to 0. अपर लिमिट इज 0 and lower limit will be minus 2 by 2. Yeah, 2 is what we are getting. 2 is the right answer. For those who found it difficult, quickly I will summarize what we did. We had to find f of mod x, we had to find mod of f of x. For f of mod x, wherever there was x, I just put a mod. ठीक है? अब in the second part there was no x, so I did not put any mod. In the first part there was x, so I put mod in it. Now after putting a mod will always break. Mod doesn't like to remain within the restriction. It will always split into two parts, positive, negative. But at which point? At 0. Once positive, once negative. Positive when x is greater than 0, negative when x is less than 0. So we basically got to know that for less than 0 it's x minus this one, and for greater than 0 it's x minus 2. First portion is clear. Now moving on to the second portion, complete mod. So when you're taking complete mod, it will go as modulus for both the things. It will not just go only to x, but it will go to the entire function, up and below both. So both the ways I have put modulus. Mod of -2 is +2. And when this mod is opened, it divides into two parts. One is for more than 2 and one is for less than 2. Okay. So what are we interested in? Are we interested in more than 2? नहीं, ये तो हमको चाहिए नहीं. We are looking between -2 to 2. So between 0 to 2 it is minus x plus 2, and for less than 0 modulus of -2 is +2. So after splitting it into two parts, we got to know that for -2 to 0, we picked up the proper function. Second part gave us 0, solving gave us the answer as 2. This was it. Hope you got it. Next one. Let alpha and beta be the sum and product of all non-zero solutions of this equation z bar the whole square plus modulus z equal to 0, where z is a complex number. Then what is the value of 4 times alpha square plus beta square? There is a long way to solve it. Like generally a student would take z is equal to x plus iy and go on solving it. Of course, you will get the answer. थोड़ा ध्यान रखना होगा. In the end, they've said non-zero solution. So whatever solutions you're getting, ignore the zeros, the zeroth solutions, and adding them should give you the answer. The other simple ways, can you directly think of 2z? What can be the 2z? I mean, which will satisfy this equation? Can you directly think of it? All those who have joined, I think like भी तो नहीं किया है आप लोगों ने. Like भी कर दो यार बच्चों. And I think there's a feedback form also shared in the description regarding the marathon session feedback form. So do fill that form at the end, not in between. At the end, you will get to know how much you understood, benefited, you want more, not. Overall, fill जरूर करना है end में. Yes, can you think of directly a value of z that will satisfy this type of an equation? Anyone? कुछ वैल्यूज जो हम लोग बच्चों को याद रखने बोलते हैं, like 1 plus i the whole square, 1 minus i the whole square, when they are divided, these are some standard values. So कुछ standard values लेकर देखो. I'm not saying 1, I 1 2 will 1, when I take z as 1, will it satisfy this equation? If I take z as 1, z bar will also be 1. 1 square plus 1, it's 2. So 1 is not satisfied. What if I take z as -1? -1 square 1 plus 1, again not satisfied. What if I take z as I? Bachcho, I will satisfy this equation or not? Quickly tell me. I substitute karo. So z bar will be minus I square plus mod z will be modified. And minus gone, I square is minus 1. Modulus of I will be plus 2. Oh yes, z equal to I satisfies the equation. What about z equal to minus I? Is it satisfying? ये मैं अब शॉर्ट टर्म मेथड बता रही हूँ. एक्चुअल में लॉन्ग कट से यू विल से मैम हाउ विल वी अंडरस्टैंड दैट इट्स आई एंड माइनस आई. समटाइम्स वी ट्राई सम बेसिक वैल्यूज if we get an answer. Minus I will also satisfy that equation. So yeah, these are the two solutions. What they have said, alpha and beta are sum and product. So alpha is sum of both the solutions and beta is product of both the solutions. I into I square minus I square that's equal to plus. We have got the value of alpha and beta, substitute and tell the answer. But as I said, if considering z as x plus iy, substituting there, solving properly, you will get the answer. You will get the values of x. Next. Okay. If the solution y equal to yx of the differential equation x raised to 4 plus 2x cube plus 3x square plus 2x plus 2 times dy minus 2x square plus 2x plus 3 times dx is 0 satisfies this condition y of minus 1 equal to minus 5 by 4. Then what is the value of y of 0? Okay, so they've given us a differential equation. They want us to find the particular solution. है ना? For particular solution, there is extra information always given. मतलब जब input आप -1 रखोगे, output will be -1. When x is -1, y is -5. That one information is given, using which we will find c and finally y of 0. But going to that particular solution, first we will try to get the general solution. There are multiple ways to solve a differential equation. Variable separable है, homogeneous, linear differential equation. First, that will come to your mind, right? So see, are you able to follow any method? Are you able to separate the variables in this? First तो हम वही try करेंगे. Okay, we were able to separate the variables. Very good. Perfect. So first step done. Second, after separating the variables, you would want to integrate. That is the second step. लेफ्ट हैंड तो बड़े इजीली इंटीग्रेट हो जाएगा मैम, बट राइट हैंड इंटीग्रेट करने में दिक्कत आने वाली. हाउ विल यू इंटीग्रेट द आरएचएस? Numerator degree is smaller than the denominator. There are two ways. We cannot go for the division method. Can we? No, we can't. Because ये छोटा है. It's improper fraction. Then we will try for either the partial decomposition method, partial fractions. Partial fraction is one of the ways, or if someone can directly factorize this. ये biquadratic है. Try to factorize it into two parts, two quadratics. If you can do that, तो शायद हम fast solve कर पाएंगे. How do you factorize basically? बहुत सारे तरीके हैं. Long division है, synthetic hit and trial है, split method है, factorization. So मैं क्या करूँगी? I'll write this 3x square as 2x square plus x. I'm splitting it that way. Why? Because I want the sum to be 3 and product to be 2. Like first and last term should multiply to give 2 and they must add up to give 3. The way we do in quadratic, I'm doing it in biquadratic. So this is my first step. Now, after some observation, there are x squared 2 in every term, more or less. From the first and this term, if I take x square common, x square plus 1 will be left from the first and fourth term. From the second and second last term, if I take again 2x common, x square plus 1 will be left. क्या लगता है बच्चों? 6 terms and I have utilized 4. Where are the other 2? Yeah. This 2x square and 2, if I take again 2 common, x square plus 1 will be left. Taking x square plus 1 overall common. Overall, if I take the x square plus 1 common from each term, remaining terms are x square plus 2x plus 2. So that's how the biquadratic has been factorized. Okay. Furthermore, what do we do with this? क्या इसको हमें इंटीग्रेट करना आता है आफ्टर फैक्टराइजेशन? पार्शियल फ्रैक्शंस लगा सकते हैं, बट ट्राई टू नोटिस न्यूमरेटर कैन बी रिटन एज x square plus 1 plus x square plus 2x plus 2. Yes or no? And now you split it. We're getting integral dy is equal to integral of dx upon x square plus 2x plus 2 plus integral dx upon x square plus 1 after splitting. Integral dy is y. First term integration, I am sure everyone have practiced a lot in your regular classes. 1 by quadratic, adding and subtracting the third term. Come on, try and finish this part. Tell me the general solution. Vinod, x plus 1 is a factor. I doubt. Agar x plus 1 is a factor, x equal to minus 1 should satisfy. Minus 1 raised to 1, minus 2 plus 3, minus 2 plus 2. We're getting 2, no. So 1 nahi aa raha. I'll adjust in this itself, adding and subtracting the third term, adding and subtracting 1, right? The first 3 terms will give us a perfect square of x plus 1 the whole square minus 1 plus 2 is 1 square. This integral we know already, 1 upon x square plus a square is 1 by a tan inverse of x by a. This is also 1 by a tan inverse of x plus 1 plus tan inverse of x. ये हमारा general solution हुआ if everything is correct so far. Let's substitute the values which are given further. When y of minus 1 is minus pi by 4. Put x as minus 1 and y as minus pi by 4. Minus pi by 4 equal to tan inverse of 0 plus tan inverse of minus 1. Minus pi by 4 is equal to tan inverse 0, 0. Tan inverse of minus 1 is, अच्छा प्लस सी भी है, ये मेजर चीज तो हम भूल ही गए. आफ्टर इंटीग्रेशन, आफ्टर ऑल द इंटीग्रेशन में पुट प्लस सी की वैल्यू तो ढूंढ रहे हैं हम घूम फिर के. Okay, so tan inverse of minus 1 is also minus pi by 4 plus c will come out to be equal to 0. Perfect. Substitute c in that, you have got the proper solution, which is y is equal to tan inverse x plus 1 plus tan inverse x. Final question ये है, what will be y of 0? That is when you take x as 0, y will be tan inverse 1 pi by 4 plus tan inverse 0, 0. Pi by 4 should be the answer, option D. Next question, let's go to the next one if everything is clear. The sum of maximum and minimum value of this function is m by n, where GCD of mn is 1, then what is the value of m plus n? But these are such fresh questions. Matlab, solving this will really give you that cutting edge for thinking. Okay, so how do we find maximum and minimum value of a function? One can go with the traditional method, f of x, find f dash of x, put f dash of x equal to 0 and get the critical point. Critical point, when you substitute, you get the maximum and minimum value. ये हमारा usual method है. For entrances, sometimes we also go with the monotonicity part, that is first derivative greater than 0. Then we take the quadratic range से basically हम खेलते हैं. But last minute we don't want to try anything new, completely out of the box, unless it's very, very helpful. So we'll go with our usual approach. We'll quickly find the first derivative. U by V लगाना, ये फटाफट करते हैं. Everyone solve individually. चलो आप करो. Okay, minus 6 minus 12 plus 12 gone. 12x square minus 48 upon the whole square. I'll put it equal to 0. X square is equal to 48 by 24. X is plus minus 2. So बच्चों, once I get the critical point, I'm not going for the double derivative as such. मुझे पता है एक maximum होगा, एक minimum होगा. So just directly put the values in your f of x, f of 2 and f of minus 2. Whichever is smaller will be minimum, whichever is bigger will be maximum. Let's say maximum upon minimum. ठीक है. So I'm putting x as 2. 2 square 4 to the 8 minus 6 plus 8 upon 2 square 4 to the 8 plus 3 to the 6 plus 8. 8 8 16 minus 6 10 upon 16 plus 6 24. That will be 5 by 12. Right? Okay. This thing is minus 2 square. 4 to the 8 plus 6 plus 8. उल्टा आ जाएगा 8 minus 6 plus 8. 16 plus 6 22 होगा. Sorry. यहाँ पे 11 आएगा. 22 by 10, that is 11 by 5. Which one is maximum? 5 by 11 या 11 by 5? This has to be maximum, that has to be minimum. They've said ratio of sum of maximum and minimum value is m by n. ठीक है, तो sum कर देते हैं. Maximum is 11 by 5 plus 5 by 11. This should be equal to m by n. Solving 11 square 121 plus 125 146 upon 11 5 is 55 m by n. M plus n they have asked. Add them. 146 plus 150 190 190 201. Right? ये तो कर सकते थे. See, we have solved 5 questions so far in half an hour or so. Out of these 5 questions, how many were in the category of easy, medium, and then difficult? The entire paper is not going to be difficult. Of course, these are terms relative to everyone. Someone might feel an easy thing also to be difficult and vice versa. but on an average, if we see based on the preparation, based on an average crowd, so not all the questions will be difficult. 3 or 4 questions in the paper are difficult that only very few students will be able to do it. ये कर हर साल होगा 3-4 questions, but the majority of the questions are going to be in the range of easy and medium. So this was one of the easier questions of your JEE Mains. Also the previous one was an easy. ये important था बच्चों, यहाँ पे GCD of Mn is 1. Between 146 and 55, what is the greatest common divisor? It's 1. Why this information was important? Because sometimes someone can say just double it, someone can say that instead of writing it as 5 by 11, someone considers it as 10 by 22 and 22 by 10 and add them and say it is m by n. तो 10 square 100, 22 square कितना हो जाएगा? 441, 483, 100, 583 upon 220. And after adding, they will say 5 plus 7, 780, 803. मतलब ऐसा बोल सकता है कोई ना, 803, 802 जो भी है. Is that correct? No, because GCD between 10 and 22 is not 1. The greatest common divisor is not 1. The greatest common divisor between 10 and 22 is 2. So that is why they mentioned this कि हमको ऐसा ही दो नंबर लेना जिनके बीच में कुछ कॉमन नहीं है. 1 is the only common factor. Hope it's understood. Next, the sum of all rational numbers and the expansion of this is equal to 1. Looking at this, sometimes we don't understand it's from which chapter. ये कौन से chapter का होगा? Yes, come on everyone. बोलना जरूरी है, जानना जरूरी है, पार्टिसिपेट करना जरूरी है. ट्रिगो ना, ट्रिगो हो सकता है. कौन मेरे प्यारे से बच्चों, बाइनोमियल से चलेगा. डू यू रिमेम्बर द बाइनोमियल एक्सपेंशन फॉर्मूला? एक फॉर्मूला याद है तो सारी चीजें हो जाती है. If you know the binomial expansion formula, you also remember the formula for general term and all other things. They want us to find the rational numbers addition, sum of rational numbers. Now, when you do this expansion, there are going to be 16 terms because the power is 15, there will be 16 terms. Are you going to write down all the 16 terms and then see which one is having a rational power and then add them? Whichever is a rational number, you will add them. It can be done, but it is a lot time consuming. I mean, in exam, if you don't know anything and you have a lot of time, करना क्या है वैसे भी तो चलेगा. In exam, you can take your time, do it. Don't be under the pressure कि 2 मिनट में करना है. ऐसा मैथ्स में नहीं है बेटा. मैथ्स में नहीं है, 2 मिनट में नहीं हो पाएगा. But a better approach can be if you try and write the general term. What is the formula for general term? NCR, first term raised to R, second term raised to, ये दोनों का subtraction, n minus r. Right. Further, if I try and simplify, n का value क्या है यार? 15 CR, 2 raised to r by 5 into 5 raised to n. n क्या है? 15. So 15 minus r by 3, or 15 by 3 is 5 minus r by 3. Correct? This is what any term out of the 16 terms which will be there, this represents a general term. But we want only rational terms. So when will I get this as a rational number? This 15 CR is always going to be rational. NCR, we don't get them as irrational numbers. They are always rational. तो ये दोनों पर depend करता है. The rationality will depend on them. The first term will be rational only when R is, first term के बारे में देखते हैं. Only when R is 0, 0 by 5, it will give me a rational number, 2 raised to 0. When R is 5, 5 by 5, 2 raised to 1 is rational number. When R is, कहाँ तक जा सकते हैं हम लोग? R की वैल्यू 15 तक max. ठीक है. When R is 10, 10 by 5, I'll get a rational number. When R is 15, so these are the possibilities out of first. From second, What values of R can I choose? Which will give me a rational number? I can take R as 0. Yes, because 5 raised to 5 mil jayega. If I take R as 5, bachcho, 5 minus 5 by 3, decimal aa gaya na. It will not be rational. What about taking R as 3? 3 ले सकते हैं. फिर R को और क्या ले सकते हैं? 6, 9, 12, 15. So this is saying some values of R, that's saying some other value of R. What is common between them? Only 0 and 15 is common because they are multiplied together. So you have to take multiplication as intersection. ऐसा R जो दोनों number हमें rational दे. So it's only 0 and 15. When we take R as 0, what is that term which we will get? When R is 0, you will get 15C1, 2 raised to 0, 5 raised to 5. ठीक है, ये कुछ मिलेगा. And when R is 15, we'll get the 16th term as 15C15, 2 raised to 3, 5 raised to 0. चलो पहला वाला 15C1 15, ये 5 raised to 5 करना होगा. 5 का 25, 5 125, 5 625, 5 3125. बहुत बड़ा नहीं आ गया ये कुछ. When I'm taking R as 0. Okay. And when I'm taking 15C1 is 1, 2 cube 8. Sum of all rational numbers. 15C1 is not 15. No. ये जब R 0 है. This is 15C01. Okay. 3125 plus 8. You have to add these two numbers. 3125 plus 8, 3133. Any questions so far? Is it something extremely out of the box that we have never touched in our classes? ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं है ना so far. Here and there we have studied the concept. You might recall, अरे हाँ मैम ने बताया होगा. Practice लगता है, बस बहुत सारी practice लगती है. Even though it's something that you have studied, if you can remember कि yes, something like that you have studied in your regular sessions, that means your basics are okay. You just need a lot of practice to get over there. Let alpha beta be real numbers. Let mean and variance of 6 observations be this. Be 2 and 23. These are the 6 observations. Minus 3, 4, 7, minus 6 alpha beta. What is the mean deviation about mean for this 6 observations? So now I think this is also in the easy category. The past 3 questions have been easy. The previous 3 questions were a little difficult and the first one was also easy. So we have done all the easy and medium questions. So far 4 easy, 3 medium. Yeah, आप कर सकते हो. I'm giving you 2 minutes. Quickly open your textbook, refer what is mean variance formula. I'm keeping a count, 3 medium, 4 easy so far. Yeah, anybody finished it? Twenty, not 20. I did not use the variance part. Variance इसीलिए दिया है. It is not useless. Without variance also we could get the answer. But if at all you are looking for variance formula, then it will be summation of xi square by n minus summation of xi upon n the whole square. So this is like you square each of the terms and add them. 3 square 9 plus 4 square 16, 7 square 49, 6 square 36, alpha square beta square upon 6 minus xi upon n is nothing but your x bar mean. That gives us something like alpha square plus beta square plus some number divided by 6 and mean is 2 square 4 और variance का value उन्होंने 23 दिया है. So solving this you will get an equation of alpha square plus beta. Alpha plus beta is known, alpha square plus beta square is also known. Using these two, we can easily get alpha and beta. Once these two values, alpha and beta, is known, you can calculate mean deviation along it. But I have skipped all this yellow part and directly went out of curiosity, okay, what we want. The formula is clear, it's modulus, meaning you are subtracting mean from each term, but at the same time, you're taking its modulus. So minus 3 minus 2 is not minus 5, but after the modulus, it's plus 5. यहाँ पे जो तुमने ऐड किया है, यहाँ पे हमने ऐड किया है, but it's modulus and each data subtracted from 2, and in the end this 2 modulus combined to give us the final answer, right? This was also an easy question. Moving on to the next one. Okay, let f be a function from real to real given by this, where alpha beta is real number. If f is continuous at x equal to 0, then what is the value of alpha square plus beta square? We know the condition for continuity. This is a 12th standard continuity differentiability topic. The options are 12, 6, 48 and third one 3. Fourth one 3. Okay, if something is continuous, its left hand limit, which is 1 minus cos x upon x square, should be equal to right hand limit, RHL, beta into root 1 minus cos x upon x, and that should be equal to f of 0, which is alpha. Solving this, we will get alpha beta and alpha square plus beta square with 2. बताओ ये पहला वाला तो बड़ा सिंपल है. I think in just few classes back I gave shortcut for those who attended my classes, but all others इसका बड़ा shortcut होता है. एक मतलब 1 minus cos kx, whenever you have this form 1 minus cos kx upon x square, the formula, the shortcut is k square by 2. लिमिट ऑफ कोर्स. तो k स्क्वायर बाई 2, यहाँ पे k की वैल्यू क्या है 1. 1 minus cos 2x. अच्छा, good, I noticed. So 2 square 4 by 2, the first part, the left hand limit is going to be 2, equal to something equal to alpha. So at least I got to know that alpha is 2. ये तो पता चलिए. How will we solve this middle portion? Root 1 minus cos x upon x. ये भी बड़ा सिंपल है. Root 1 minus cos x, चलो उसको लिख दो 2 sin square x by 2 divided by x. रूट हटा देंगे तो हम लोग को क्या आ जाएगा? root 2 will come out, sin and root cancel, sin x by 2 upon x by 2, multiply divide by 2. This will become 1. We have 2 equal to beta by root 2 equal to alpha. So alpha is 2 and beta will be 2 root 2. Alpha square is 2 square 4. Beta square is 8. 8 plus 4, 12. Correct? So how many of you all are still there solving? Not very sleepy? Headache तो नहीं हो रहा ना किसी को? ऐसे confidence down तो नहीं हो रहा है ना? As I said in the beginning, the purpose is not to bring down your confidence. You know better what you have studied. These are just going to add value to whatever you've studied. Chalo, good, good, good. Next. ये बड़ा interesting question है. The vertices of triangle ABC are given. The new triangle is formed by shifting the sides of a triangle by 1 unit inwards. So you can imagine there's a triangle and you're making a new triangle by shifting everything 1 unit inwards. Then the equation of side of new triangle nearest to origin. क्या पूछ लेते हैं ये? मतलब triangle देके इन्होंने बोल दिया है कि which side out of the 3 will be nearest to the origin. It is again a tricky question. At first you might feel like drawing the triangle. -1 3, -2 2, and 3 and -1. And then you'll feel like shifting everything by 1 units. But shift करके देखो बड़ा confusing हो जाएगा. Anyways, after shifting also, this one is A, B and C. So after shifting, you will get a triangle, something like this. Everything shifted by 1 unit. Which one is nearest to the origin? अब ये मेरे डायग्राम का थोड़ा खोट है, but आप चेक कर सकते हो. Everyone can find out equation AB. According to the old triangle, what is equation of AB? And how will I get the equation of A dash B dash, new triangle? New triangle, what will be equation of A dash B dash? जो भी old वाले का होगा, बच्चों दो पैरेलल लाइन के बीच में सिर्फ कांस्टेंट का फर्क होता है. Everything is same. If this is one line, I want the equation of just a parallel line. So if the first line is ax plus by plus c equal to 0, second line will be ax plus by plus k equal to 0. X and y coefficients are same. Only the constants are different because they have different intercepts. So if you get the equation of AB, you can get the equation of A dash B dash a constant, right? Equation of AB निकाल लेते हैं. y minus y1 upon x minus x1, y2 minus y1 upon x2 minus x1 minus 1 plus 2. From your x plus 2 is equal to y minus 2 or x minus y plus 4 is equal to 0. चेक कर लो सही है क्या? y minus y1 I think it's correct. So equation of a dash b dash will be x minus y plus k equal to 0, right? Just the constant part is going to change. So x minus y plus k equal to 0, that's the equation of AB. What is the question? After you have shifted the triangle inwards, equation of side of new triangle nearest to a origin. So iska distance from origin kitna hoga? We know how to find the distance of a line from origin. Distance of a line from origin formula is if the line is ax plus by plus c equal to 0, distance will be putting x and y 0 0, so you get c upon root of a square plus b. That's the formula, right? Distance of a point from origin. If the point is something else, we will put it as ax1 plus by1 plus c upon root of a square plus b square. So it depends what is your point. Right now the point that we are calculating from is origin. So that's why the first two terms have been 0. If I use that formula for distance as c is the k over here upon root of 1 plus 1, that will be root 2. कुछ distance नहीं दिया है ना, k की value कैसे आएगी? हाँ, we can do one thing, बच्चों. We know the distance of AB from origin. Do we know the distance of AB from origin? Whatever is that distance, this distance will be 1 less. एक यूनिट से शिफ्ट किया. चलो, तो हमको फ्लो मिल गया है distance of AB from origin. So this is the equation. Calculating distance, you will get 4 upon root 2. That is equal to 2 root 2. है ना? Negative तो हो नहीं सकता. So putting this value of d as 2 root 2 minus 1, बच्चों, it will be 2 root 2 minus 1, isn't it? If the original distance was 2 root 2, for the pink line, for orange line, it is going to be 1 left. Open up, k will be 2 root 2 minus 1 into root 2. That is 2 minus root 2. This is k. And what is the equation of AB? X minus y plus 2 minus root 2. ऐसे तो कोई equation नहीं है x minus y. है क्या? 2 minus root 2 is present in A, C and D. यहाँ तो माइनस नहीं होना चाहिए. है की बनो C option. Okay, minus x plus y plus C fit हो रहा है ना? Yeah. Rearranging the terms. All right. Thank you. I didn't see the chat. Next one. We'll come back to this later. ये interesting तो है. But अब जाते हैं दूसरे क्वेश्चन पे maybe. Yeah, a square is inscribed in a circle. One side of the square is parallel to this. If xi yi are vertices of the square, then summation of all the xi square plus yi square will be equal to what? A square is inscribed inside a circle. ठीक है. बच्चों सर्कल का इंफॉर्मेशन बताओ. What is center and radius, everyone? Center and radius of the circle. The previous one? Okay, sure. ये वाला क्वेश्चन समराइज करना है. ठीक है. So what was given? We were given a triangle ABC, and the question was, when the triangle is made smaller by 1 unit, what will be its distance from origin? है ना? ABA. So if I make a smaller triangle, what will be its distance from origin? So let us look at this bigger triangle first, and we tried finding that the equation of AB. We tried finding the equation of AB, which was x plus y, x minus y plus 4 equal to 0. Then we also tried finding what is the distance of this from origin. That came out to be 2 root 2. Right? Okay. So after shifting the new side, we know the equation of new side will be similar to this, x minus y plus k equal to 0. And we know its distance from origin will be 2 root 2 minus 1. So using the distance formula over here, distance is 2 root 2 minus 1. And what is the formula? K upon root of 1 plus 1. Solving it, we got k. And once we got this k, answer आ गया. The option you all said after shifting and all, it's option C. ठीक है, तो था इतना ही यार. मतलब really yes. Equation distance. Get here. Coming back to this question, there's a circle, there's a square inscribed in that circle. The square has vertices x1, y1, x2, y2 as per what they've said. If xi, yi are vertices. So for 4 vertices, I've noted it. And one of the sides is parallel to y equal to x plus 3. So let us say AB is parallel to the line y equal to x plus 3. AB is parallel to the line y equal to x plus 3. ये सर्कल के इक्वेशन से हम लोग क्विकली बता सकते हैं व्हाट इज सेंटर. सेंटर विल बी 5,3 एंड रेडियस भी बता सकते हैं. रेडियस इज g स्क्वायर प्लस f स्क्वायर माइनस c. 25 प्लस 9 माइनस 30, 34 माइनस 34, 2. सो रेडियस इज 2. तो एक चीज मेरे को पक्का पता है, दैट रेडियस इज गोइंग टू बी 2. यहां से परपेंडिकुलर ड्रॉ करते हैं. Look in this triangle center and PCB triangle. This will be 45 degree. Radius is 2, so BC, side BC is 2. बच्चों, can you find out the side of square? बहुत easily find कर सकते हैं ना side of square. How? In the triangle, apply your 45 वाला side opposite to 45 degree, यानी कि PC is going to be 1 by root 2 times the hypotenuse. So PC is going to be what? Root 2. This is root 2. ये root 2 है, ये 2 है. ये कितना होगा? If it's a 45, 45, 90 triangle, this also has to be 2, this 2. So total side is 4. Yeah, correct. So total side of the square is 4. हमको ये पता है, this side is 4, 4, 4, 4. But we don't know what is this value of x and y. How will I get that? But if I somehow get the equation of line AB, if we get the equation of line AB, don't you think we can solve it together? We can solve line AB and circle together to find the point of intersection. That's the plan in mind. We have to find equation of AB, circle equation is known, solve them together and get point of intersection. But equation of AB कैसे मिलेगा? So things we are going to take from the previous question. AB is parallel to this line. So what is equation of AB in a way? It is going to be y is equal to x plus k. What is k? We don't know. But one more thing is known to you, that distance of this point from the line. If I apply that formula, distance of a point from the line is root 2. Root 2 is equal to, यहाँ पे हम x minus y plus k लगा देते हैं. So 5x. Okay, so the formula is ax1 5 minus 3 plus k upon root of 2 in the mod. I have applied distance formula between C and this line AB to find k. Root 2 into 2 by 2. K is 1. For me, k is coming out to be 1. So that means equation of AB is y is equal to x plus 1. Alright. Y is equal to x plus 1. If that's the equation, substitute it in the circle and get the points. X की जगह y minus 1 डालो या y की जगह x plus 1 डालो. थोड़ा लंबा होगा, ठीक है. X plus 1 the whole square minus 10 times x plus 1, sorry, minus 10x 6 times x plus 1 plus 40 equal to 0. Solving it, can you tell me the values of x? AB is 2 root 2. अच्छा, oh, 2 root 2 AB. This should be root 2. Root 2 root 2. Why did I use it? I haven't used it. No, अभी तक तो. चलें. Yes, बच्चों. That anyways I don't think we used. तो मैंने इसे पूछ लिया था. ये यहाँ तक सही है क्या? Is the distance formula applied properly? Hope everyone knows distance formula. Ax1, so 1 into 5, by1, b is minus 1 into 3 plus c is k upon a square plus b square. So what is the value of x that you're getting on solving this? Okay, 1 second. Yeah. यहाँ पे I ignored the modulus which I shouldn't have. एक बार देख लेते हैं if with modulus without modulus we're getting the same thing or not. 2 is equal to mod of 2 plus k. If I take the mod to be positive, k will be 0. And if I take the modulus to be negative, that is 2 is equal to minus 2 minus k. K will be what? K in that case will be minus 4. Which of these are the two values? I don't know why I divided. K is 0 and minus 4. Just opening the mod. One's positive, one's negative. These are the two values, and if I put this in the equation of AB, we will get y is equal to x or y is equal to x minus 4. Substituting y equal to x in the circle and getting the point of intersection. When I put y equal to x, 2x square minus 10 minus 16x plus 30 equal to 0, dividing by 2, x square minus 8x plus 15 equal to 0. 3 5s are, so x minus 3 into x minus 5 equal to 0. X is 3 or x is 5. So when x is 3, y will be also 3. When x is 5, y will also be 5. So definitely using this line and the circle equation, we've got 2 points, which is your 3, 3 and 5, 5. What about the remaining 2 points? The question is you have to find out all 4 points, square them and add them. 2 points are obtained. How will we find the remaining 2 points, Macho? With the help of other. We solved y equal to x. Now we will solve y equal to x minus 4 and get the answer. So wherever there is x, y, you will put it as x minus 4 and so x squared plus x minus 4 the whole square minus 10x minus 6x minus 4 plus 30 equal to 3. X square minus 8 minus 10 minus 18 minus 6 minus 24x 16 plus 24 plus 30 70. That's x square minus 12x plus 35. 7 5 x minus 7 x minus 5. So x is equal to 7 or x is equal to 5. When x is 7, y is 7 minus 4 3. When x is 5, y is 1. So the remaining 2 points are 7, 3 and 5, 1. We've got all 4 points. Now finally the answer to this question will be summation of their squares. So first point is 3 3. I'll square them. 9 plus 9. 5 5. 25 plus 25. 5 25 plus 1. And lastly 7 squared 49 plus 9. How much is that coming out to be? Equal to yes, but so what is the answer? So final answer on adding will be 25 25 75 plus 50. 125 plus 27. 152. Understood? You want me to summarize? भूल गए नहीं ना? चलो एक quick summary कर लेते हैं. Quick summary of this question. There was a circle and there was a square inside it. We had to find all the 4 coordinates and square and add them. So in order to find the coordinates, what we thought is there was a line parallel to it given, which is y is equal to x plus 3. So we got the equation of AB also, y equal to x plus k. Our interest was in finding k. How would we find the value of k? तो उसके लिए थोड़ी सी दिमाग लगाया. Center was known, From the equation we could find the center, and using the triangle method we could find this as root 2, 45, 45. So if this distance is root 2, calculating the distance of a point from a line using the formula, we got this k. There were two values of k, 0 and -1. So that means line AB can be y equal to x and its parallel line y is equal to x. So when I take the first line y equal to x and solve it with the circle, I get these 2 points, 3, 3, 5, 5. When I take the other line y equal to x minus 4 and solve with the circle, I'll get another 2 points, 5, 5 and 7, 1. And then squaring and adding will give us the answer. Okay. Yeah, this one also we can do. If 2 and 6 are roots of this equation, then the quadratic equation whose roots are this. So you have to make another quadratic equation with the given roots. We know the formula for making a quadratic equation is x square minus sum of roots into x plus product of roots equal to 0. So what is sum of roots over here? 1 by 2a plus b plus, okay, चलेगा, हम लोग पहले ये फाइंड करेंगे 1 by 2a plus b and 1 by 6a plus b. If 2 and 6 are roots of that equation, बच्चों ये equation का root है 2 and 6. Sum of roots is 6 plus 2, 8 equal to minus b by a, and product of roots is 2 into 6, 12 equal to c by b. So from here very easily we get a is 1 by 12 from the first equation. If a is 1 by 12, 6 plus 2, 8 into 1 by 12, b will be 8 into 1 by 12. 4 2 is 4 3 is minus 2 by 3. Once you get a and b, find out 1 upon 2a plus b. 1 upon 2 into 1 by 12. Okay, 2 by 12 is 1 by 6 plus minus 2 by 3. Cross multiplying or taking the LCM as 6, it will be 6 as 2, 1 minus 4. बच्चों a क्या आ रहा है? 2a minus b, 2 से multiply divide 1 minus 4 by 6 minus 3. Okay, minus 2. And what is the other one? 1 upon 6 by 12 minus 2 by 3. 1 by 2 plus 2 by 3, 3 plus 4. 6 by 7. Here, yeah. Minus, sorry. 3 minus 4. Minus 6 are. So substituting here, we will get x square minus sum of roots is going to be minus 2 minus 6 minus 8x. Product of roots will be minus 2 into minus 6, that's 12. X square plus 8x plus 12 equal to 0. Option C. Okay, again one of the easy. In between 2-3 questions which we saw were medium. Easy. तो count क्या हुआ अपना? 2 more for medium, 1 for easy. Next, we'll go to the next one. Yeah, if the system of equation has non-trivial solution and alpha belongs to 0 to pi by 2, then what is the value of alpha? Okay. So the question is find the value of alpha, right? Now if you try the option method in this, substituting the options in question and seeing if it satisfies, it may satisfy one, it may satisfy all also. But it is very time consuming. At the same time, homogeneous hai na? Homogeneous means there are no constants. X, Y, Z terms and no constants. So homogeneous systems are always consistent. वो हमेशा ओरिजिन से पास होते हैं, तो दे ऑलवेज हैव सोल्यूशन. होमोजेनियस सिस्टम हैव टू टाइप्स ऑफ सोल्यूशन. One is trivial and other is non-trivial. Trivial solution is the obvious solution. Putting x, y, z as 0. Just put x, y, z as 0 and you will get LHS equal to RHS. तो ये हमारा obvious solution है, trivial solution. Putting x, y, z equal to 0. The other solution is non-trivial solution, which means there are infinite solutions. ये unique हो जाता है in homogeneous and ये infinite होता है. So we are talking about non-trivial solutions, meaning there are infinite. Infinite solutions का मतलब होगा discriminant determinant will be equal to 0. Solving the determinant and equating it to 0 will give you the answer. I would have left it to do later, but it involves certain trigonometry. You can see there is no direct question on trigo, but ऐसे trigo use होता है. इसको solve करने में थोड़ा सा आपको end में help लग सकता है. That's why I'm doing it. Couple of questions. Now I will not be solving till the end क्योंकि time कम है अपने पास और. Yeah. Did you expand it? You can use different properties also to get more zeros, but ठीक है. Without properties also minus cos square alpha minus sin square alpha minus root 2 sin alpha inside the bracket minus cos minus sin. You just check whether I'm doing it correctly or not. कहीं पे कुछ sign mistake हो रहा है तो बता देना. Sin alpha minus cos. तो ये थोड़ा सा सिमिलर लग रहा है. Sin alpha minus cos alpha. If I take minus common, ठीक है. But here in the first term, if I take minus common, it's sin square plus cos square 1 minus 1 left. In the second bracket, again if I take minus common, and that will make it sin plus cos. Okay, तो open कर लेते हैं. चलो, I'll just open multiplied inside. Minus of minus plus root 2 sin alpha cos alpha plus root 2 sin square alpha. Multiplying inside plus root 2 sin alpha cos alpha minus root 2 cos square alpha. Root 2 sin square and cos square. Okay, minus 1 plus, and this is root 2 root 2 sin alpha cos alpha. Can I write 2 root 2 as root 2 sin 2 alpha? And also here if I take minus root 2 common, it will be cos square minus sin square, that is cos 2 alpha. Wow. Overall root 2 common and 1 on the other side. Root 2 sin 2 alpha minus cos 2 alpha is equal to 1. That is sin 2 alpha minus cos 2 alpha is equal to 1 by root 2. And this is a very standard equation. You must have seen it. How do you simplify this? इसको solve करके alpha कैसे मिलता है? Whenever there is a form a sin theta, b cos, a sin b cos होता है तो हम क्या करते हैं उसमें? We divide with square root of a square plus b square. So 1 and 1 are the coefficients. We'll divide throughout by root 2. If I divide by root 2, first term can be written as cos. है ना? Alpha है ये. ठीक है. So it can be written as cos pi by 4 sin 2 alpha minus sin pi by 4 cos 2 alpha is equal to dividing by root 2 gives me half. Sin a cos b minus cos a sin b is sin of a minus b is equal to half. And solving this should give us the value of alpha. इसको solve कैसे करेंगे? Multiple ways are there. I should have converted it into cos. Instead of writing the sign formula, I could have also written cos formula. But ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. Okay, so we want alpha is between 0 to pi by 2 बोला है हमको. 2 alpha will be between 0 to pi. Pi by 4 minus anything between 0 to pi. 3 pi by 4. So half. Can I write sine half as pi by 6, and that will give me 2 alpha is 45 minus 30, that's 15, pi by 12, and alpha is pi by 24. But ऐसा तो कुछ option नहीं है अपने पास, right? तो कुछ और लेना होगा. Pi by 6. What else is sine of what angle is half? 2 pi by 120 degree, right? 180 minus 2 pi by 3 is also half. Sine of 2 pi by 3 is also half. And because alpha is between 0 to 90, 2 alpha is between 0 to pi. I can take 2 pi by 3 also. In second quadrant, I have the leverage to go. Pi by 4 minus 2 alpha is equal to 2 pi by 3. 2 alpha will be pi by 4 minus 2 pi by 3. 3 minus 8 pi by 12 is 2 alpha, and alpha is sine थोड़ा यहाँ हुआ है plus minus, but 5 pi by 20. That is option D. Sine क्यों negative आया है? Because simply here we don't know alpha. I'll tell you why the sign is negative. Simple. We have considered sine A minus B, and whenever we consider sine A minus B, A should be greater than B. यहाँ पे it's alpha, so we don't know whether alpha is bigger than pi by 4 or less than pi by 4. If I just reverse it, pi by 4 minus 2 alpha को 2 alpha minus pi by 4, everything would fit in your plan. Considering half as 2 pi by 3 and solving, you would get the positive answer. तो ये हम लोग check कर लेते हैं end में. ठीक है, that was this question on homogeneous, यानी कि आपका determinants भी आ गया. Which is the chapter which we have not touched so far at all? Try to think of all the topics from 11th to 12th. We haven't gone there. कोई ऐसा topic है starting from your sets, relations, functions, trigo, binomial, permutations, combinations, probability. First question was probability. Relations. Yeah, relations we haven't. Sequence series. That summation is part of sequence series. तो वो भी कहीं ना कहीं आ गया, but yes, not hardcore. अभी एक question है sequence and series. Since you said, I'll take that question now. What else? 3D and vector also we haven't touched yet. So I'll take one question on sequence series, one on 3D vector. और क्या करना चाहिए अपने को? Differential equations we did. Integration, lot of questions came in between integration and derivative. Continuity we did, limits we did. Inverse trigo we did because a lot of tan inverse x and those things were there. 12th के syllabus से और क्या नहीं किया 11th के. याद आए तो बता देना. अब हम लेते हैं कुछ क्वेश्चन सीक्वेंस सीरीज एंड 3D पे. डेरिवेटिव पे भी नहीं हुआ है ना अभी. परम्यूटेशंस पे भी नहीं हुआ है. चलो, so 4-5 topics that we came across: derivative, 3D vector, permutations, and ये 4-5 questions अभी लेंगे. We have half an hour, so I want to plan it better. Circle 1 was not 3D, it was 2D. It was from the coordinate geometry, straight lines topic, not from 3D geometry. Okay, there are 5 points. ये easy वाला है permutations का बच्चों. Derivative PNC. PNC here, derivative next. There are 5 points P1 to P5 on one side AB, excluding A and B of a triangle ABC. Similarly, there are 6 points P6 to P11 on side BC and 7 points P12 to P18 on side CA of the triangle. The number of triangles that can be formed using the points P1 to P18 as vertices are. तो इसका quick हम लोग understanding ले सकते हैं ABC. Between A to B there are 5 points. Between BC there are 6 points, and on AC there are 7 points. So using this only in between points, don't count the vertices. How many triangles are possible? ये तो बड़ा easy है, straightforward है. I think 11th standard का कोई होता तो बहुत खुश हो जाता. Yesterday only I did it in class. How many triangles can be formed using these points? यहाँ पर 7 है. So for drawing a triangle, we need 3 points. Total, how many points are there in between? 7 plus 6 plus 5. 18 points are there. We can draw 18 C3 triangles using all of them. Right, 18 C3 triangles can be drawn. But problem क्या है? 5 are collinear, 6 are collinear, 7 are collinear. So whatever is collinear, you won't count that multiple times. Meaning when you say 18 C3, it is counting these 3 points are also making a triangle. Are they really making a triangle? No, they're collinear. So we all know that we have to remove that collinearity. So from that you subtract 15C, 5C3, 7C3 and 6C3 should be subtracted. This calculation should not take a lot of time. फटाफट कर लेते हैं. 18 factorial will be 18, 17, 16 factorial. 16, sorry, not 16 factorial. Upon 3 factorial is 6, 6 3 is 18. ये बता दो 17 into 16 into 3. 5C3 is how much? 5 into 4 into 3 upon 6. 5 4 is 20 by 2. 10 होगा ये. 7C3 will be 7 into 6 into 5 by 6. 35, and 6C3 will be 6 into 5 into 4 upon 6. 5 4 is 20 होगा I think. Minus 30, 40, 50, 60. Minus 65 करना है, जो भी यहाँ पे आंसर आएगा. कितना आ रहा है बच्चा लोग? 17 into 16 into 3. मेरे को मत लगाओ कैलकुलेशन करना है. Sixteen into 20 minus 3 कर लेते हैं. चलो 16 2 is 32, 320. 16 3 is 48. 320 minus 48 कितना हो जाएगा? 20 यहाँ पे गया, 28 वहाँ पे जाएगा. 272. 272 into 3 करना है. 6 7 3 is 21. 816 minus 65. 15 उधर निकाल दो, 50 इधर निकाल दो. 751 आ रहा है. 751. Let's see if that's the answer. Yes, that's right answer. Again, it was something in the easy category. I'll mark 1, 2 more in easy category. So far 5 medium, 6 easy. अपने को क्या करना था? ये matrix का question है. We'll come back to it later if time is there. Yeah, sequence and series question. Let the first 3 terms 2p and q, right? Let the first 3 terms 2p and q with q not equal to 2 of a gp be respectively the 7th, 8th and 13th term of an ap. If 5th term of the gp is nth term of the ap, then what is the value of n? ये medium में आएगा. मतलब इतना भी मुश्किल नहीं है, कर सकते हो आप लोग. Try writing few steps. बस गिवन डेटा लिख दो पहले. It's a GP. For a GP, your first term A is 2, AR is P, or you can say P is 2R, whatever you like to say. AR square is Q, or in other words, Q is 2R square. जो भी आपको पसंद आए. Also, we know about GP that square of middle term is equal to product of first and second. So these are few informations that we have gathered. I don't know whether I'm going to use it or not, but I just wrote it about GP. Now let's come to AP and write down the information about AP that we can write. 7th, okay. First term is equal to 7th term. If I write it this way. Second term will be equal to 8th term. And third term is equal to 13th term. Fill in the values. First term is 2, 7th term will be A plus. दोनों का A same मत रखो, because you're also, if you're saying small a is the first term, you're also, if you're saying for an AP small a is first term, there will be a confusion. So maintain capital letters. A plus n minus 1, 7 minus 1 will be 16. P is equal to A plus 70 and Q is equal to A plus 12. Solve these three equations and let's see what we are getting. If I subtract these first and second, AE cancel. 60 minus 70 is minus D. 2 minus P, or in other words, D is what? P minus 2. This is what we're getting, D. And if I subtract first and third, what are we getting? AE cancel. 60 minus 12 minus 60. Yeah, 3 minus 1 कर लो. 12 minus 6, 60. Q minus 2. है ना? Here if I put the value of D as P minus 2, I'll get 6P minus 12 is equal to Q minus 2. 6P minus Q, or 6P is equal to Q plus 10. थोड़ा यहाँ वहाँ ही करना है बच्चों, मतलब कोई ऐसा फिक्स्ड मेथड नहीं है. We're trying different ways. Or Q can be written as 6P minus 10. I will put that Q over here. There can be a better method also, I'm sure. मेरे को जो अभी दिख रहा है मैं वो कर रही हूँ. P square is equal to 12P minus 20. Rearranging P square minus 12P plus 20 equal to 0 will give us some value of P. What are the two values of P? P मिल गया तो Q मिल जाएगा, R मिल जाएगा, everything will be done. Is there any way? Quickly let me think if there is any better way. P is to R, 12R is equal to Q is to R square. Okay, maybe R square. Yeah, this is actually better. 2, 3, 7. Five and 6. So yeah, what I did basically in this step, 6P equal to Q plus 10, I substituted the value of P and Q. Substituted P as 2R and Q as 2R square, and we got a quadratic in R. So either you get a quadratic in P or quadratic in R. दोनों एक ही मतलब है. तो यहाँ से solve करो या यहाँ से. We got two values, R equal to 1 and R equal to 5. They've given very specifically that Q cannot be 2. So if first term is 2, second term, this Q cannot be 2. So it is only possible when R is 1. तो ये निकाल देते हैं. when the constant factor, which is multiplying, if it is 1, then we'll get the same, a constant GP, but R cannot be 1. So from here we get R equal to 5. If R is 5, P will be 10 and Q will be, दो possibilities है ना, 25 2 is 50. So we got P, we got Q, we got R, we have to find D. D will be P minus 2, 10 minus 2, 8. And we have to find capital A also. Capital A will be just substitute in any equation. A is 2 minus 6 8 is 48, minus 46. तो बच्चों अपने पास सब आ गया अभी. Small p, small q, everything. Use it. Question क्या है? Fifth term of GP is nth term of. Fifth term of GP is nth term of AP. Fifth term will be AR raised to 4. Nth term will be A plus n minus 1 into D. So A will be 2. R is 5 raised to 4 is equal to capital A is minus 46 plus n minus 1 into D is 8. इसको solve कर लो. 5 5 are 25, 5 are 125, 5 are 625. 625 into 2, 1250 plus 46 upon 8 is then minus 1. 1250, 1296 by 8 plus 1 is then 8. 1 is 8, 4 इधर आ गया, 8 6 is 48, 2 is 162 plus 1, that means 163 should be your answer. That's type of question on sequence and series. Not very different, but similar kind of questions are there in the textbook also. Fifth term given, sixth term given, you have to figure out. Always in GP we chase for A and R, in AP we chase for A and D. So that's what we have done, figuring out what is A, D, R. First term was given to us for GP. Is that okay, guys? We are nearing the time limit and I promised you all I will be giving some break. क्या करें, थोड़ा और एक दो questions कर ले quickly. So we did PNC, we did sequence and series. तुम लोगों ने chat में बोला था derivative का एक करती हूँ. And what is this? एक matrix. Yeah, coordinate geometry. Hyperbola and all. ये भी कर लेती हूँ. एक hyperbola का and then one derivative. 2 more questions. That's it. Let A be a square matrix of order 2 such that determinant of A is 2 and the sum of its diagonal elements is minus 3. If the point A, B satisfying this equation lies on the hyperbola x square upon 1 minus y square upon c square is 1, whose eccentricity is E and length of lattice rectum is L, then what is the value of 12 times E raised to 4 plus L raised to 4? Now this is an integer type question. And question number 21 means after 20 you have integer type question where you have to only write the answer, input the answers that you're getting. Negative marking इसमें भी है, please याद रखना. This year onwards negative marking. So be very careful while attending integer type questions. If you're not very sure, do not go for it because there's option elimination method. ये सब इसमें काम नहीं करेगा. Talking about this equation, this question, only those students will be able to appear who have studied additional things which are not there in the textbook for matrix, meaning the eigenvalue thing. Eigenvalue equation. Have I taught you what is that eigenvalue? What is characteristic equation of a matrix? जिसको पता होगा A raised to n minus trace of a matrix plus sum of diagonal elements. Trace is sum, product of diagonal plus determinant of A into I equal to 0. This gives you the characteristic equation of your matrix. Characteristic equation actual में कुछ अलग तरीके से मतलब A minus lambda equal to 0. After solving this determinant, you get the characteristic equation, but without solving, this is the shortcut that I gave in class. Trace of A, यहाँ पे minus है, यहाँ पे plus है, plus determinant of A into I equal to 0. So what is the trace given to us? Order 2 है तो n is 2. Sum of its diagonal element is minus 3. यहाँ पे A आएगा of course. Plus determinant is given as 2. The equation that we obtain is A square plus 3A plus 2I equal to 0. Now this is true for the matrix A. A square plus 3A plus 2I equal to 0 is true. Compare करो. What is the value of A and B? We can very clearly say, ma'am, A and B that satisfies this equation is nothing but 3, 2. Mistake क्या करेंगे बच्चे? They will say minus 3, 2. Why? Because, ma'am, sum of its diagonal is minus 3. हाँ, but when you put it in the characteristic equation, minus of minus will give you plus 3, and you have to compare these two characteristic equation. So that gives us the value of A and B. Very good. Once you know the value of A and B, it lies on the hyperbola. So these 2 points are lying on the hyperbola. It will satisfy the equation of hyperbola. In place of x, we can put 3. In place of y, substitute 2. Also, this hyperbola, if you understand what is the general form, x square upon a square minus y square upon b square. I'll write capitals, not to confuse, is equal to 1. है ना? All the formulas related to hyperbola, I'll write before I proceed with the solving. Also, capital C square is equal to A square plus B square. This is how you find C. C means the foci. Capital A and B are nothing but transverse axis, conjugate axis. ये formula हमने रटा होगा 11th में, याद होगा. What was the other formula? Eccentricity is always C by A. Capital C. Why am I writing in capital? Because ये A, B और C ये small वाला confuse करेगा. Purposely they have given this small letter C, this small letter A and B, so that you directly substitute and wrong हो जाए. तो हम नहीं, वो अलग है, ये formulas हमारे अलग है. This is the knowledge that we have about hyperbola. E C by, and what is length of lattice rectum? 2b square upon A. So L, we have to find L, we have to find E, and then put in this equation to get the answer. Right? Let's begin. Let's begin. This A and B will satisfy the equation of hyperbola. Substituting x as A 3 square 9 minus B 4 by C square equal to 1, solving. Therefore, 4 by C square is equal to 9 minus 1, 8. C square is equal to 4 by 1 by 2. C square बच्चों 1 by 2 है. अब इससे confuse नहीं होना है. ये जो C square है, it's in the denominator. Substitute here in your hyperbola. It is x square upon 1 minus y square upon 1 by 2 equal to 1. This is capital B, but in position of C. So are you getting what is your capital A? It's 1. Capital B is half. You will get the foci. 1 plus 1 by 4, 5 by 4. Capital C square. So C will be root 5 by 2. Formula एक बारी कंफर्म कर लो. C square is equal to A plus B या A minus B? हाँ बच्चों, यहाँ पे प्लस होता है कि माइनस होता है? एक बारी प्लस ही होगा ना. चलो, eccentricity will be capital C is root 5 by 2 divided by capital A is 1. Root 5 is how much? More than 2. Yeah, it has to be plus because I want eccentricity of hyperbola more than 1. तो ये root 5 by 2 आ गया. 2 into B, B क्या है? Capital B. Capital B is half. यानी 1 by 4 upon A is 1. 1 by 2. Length of lattice rectum is half. Eccentricity is root 5 by 2. All this information we will substitute in the needed thing. 12 into e raised to 4. Root 5 square is 5, square 25. 2 raised to 4 will be 16. L raised to 4 will be, that is 12 into 26 upon 16. 4 3s are 4 4s are. And 2s are 13. 13 3s are 39 by 2. What answer will you punch there? 19. Okay, 2 1 2 9 18, 19.5. ये लिख कर आओगे आप लोग, ठीक है. दिस वाज वन क्वेश्चन ऑन कोऑर्डिनेट ज्योमेट्री. अगेन 3D ज्योमेट्री भी करना था यार बच्चों. हो 3D ज्योमेट्री का करते हैं. वो डेरिवेटिव वाला तो ठीक है, एक 3D करेंगे, सो दैट विल कंप्लीट एवरीथिंग. 3D. Here is the question. Wow. If the shortest distance between this line and this line is 38 upon 3 root 5 into k, okay, and integral 0 to k gif of x square dx is alpha minus root alpha, where this denotes the greatest integer function, then what is the value of 6 alpha cube? Mainly you have to find out alpha. अच्छा, alpha आएगा कहाँ से? Alpha answer से आएगा. After integrating you will get alpha. So for integration, what is the problem? For integration we need to know k. K कहाँ से आएगा? For k you need to find the shortest distance between these two lines and you will get k. So it's a part of 12th board. How do you find shortest distance between two lines? Formula is a2 minus a1 dotted with b1 cross b2 upon magnitude of b1 cross b2. इसको हम solve करते हैं, modulus लेते हैं because distance cannot be negative. For the two lines you have to find out what is the position vector a2 minus a1 and b1 cross b2 is nothing but the direction ratios. I am sure ये तो पता होगा सब लोगों को. चलो लिख लेते हैं यहाँ पे a2 minus a1. 3 minus 2 1 I cap. 2 minus 3 कितना होता है? लिखना पड़ेगा यार मेरे को भी ऐसे. यहाँ पे -2 आ जाएगा, -3 5 3 2 and -4. Okay, now I can subtract 3 minus of -2, that gives me +5. 2 minus of minus +5g and -4 -5 -9. बच्चों a2 minus a1 मिल गया. अब b2 b1 तो यहाँ पे है. We will have to find the cross product, no other way. I j k 2 3 4 1 minus 3 2. Solving it. 3 2 is 6 minus 12 6 plus 8 I cap. 4 minus 4 0 minus 0 j cap and minus 6 minus 3 minus 9 k cap. Tell me if it's correct or not. ये b1 क्रॉस मैग्नीट्यूड ऑल्सो वी नीड. बाहर मैंने कहीं नहीं लगाया, आप समझ जाइए. 18 और 9, 18 स्क्वायर 324, 9 स्क्वायर 81. How much is that turning out? 384 405. Okay, so on substituting we have to take the dot products also. 18 5 90 I cap. 5 zeros are 0 and 9 9s are 81. When I take dot products, it will go away upon root 405. But this is the distance, shortest distance that I have got. 90 plus 90, 171 upon root 405. What they have given us shortest distance is 38 upon 3 root 5 into k. तो ये थोड़ा मैच कराना होगा and find out k. And what we have got 171 upon root 405, and what they are telling 38 upon 3 root 5 into k. तो इसको देखो, what is the value of k? 38 के टेबल में जाता है ये, चेक करो. 405 we can write it as 81 5 that is 9 root 5. 171. तो root 5 cancel, 3 1s are 3 3s are 3 चला जाएगा इसमें. 15 yes, 3 1s are 3 5s are 15, 3 7s are 21. So k is 57 by 38 57/38, which can be further, ये आगे डिवाइड होगा 19 2s are 19 3s, so k is 3/2 बच्चों. We have got the value of k. एक बार k आ गया तो बल्ले बल्ले है. It's a difficult question, तो इतना भी खुश नहीं होना है हमको. k आ गया है. Integrate from 0 to 3/2 is 1.5 GIF of x square dx. We have done it in our regular classes also. Nothing that we haven't done. 0 to 1.5, and if it is an x square बच्चों, at what value shall I split the integral? 0 to what? कहाँ पे मुझे इसको split करना चाहिए? बोलो. Yes, everyone. If this is 1.5, I cannot integrate directly because whenever there is mod function or GIF function, we use the property of integral splitting. हम किसी भी रेंज में इंटीग्रेट नहीं कर सकते, उसको अपने अपने डोमेन में करना होगा. 1 पे ओके, 0 से 1 पे कर लेंगे, और नेक्स्ट 1 to 1.5. 1 to 1 to root 2 भी आएगा बच्चों. This is something that we would have made a mistake. 1 to root 2. Why? Because when you place x as root 2 square is 2, and that is an integer. We will take those values where we get this as an integer. It's a GIF function. 1 to root 2, and final root 2 to what is that final figure? Root 2 is 1.414. Na? It's within the limit x square dx. So first part क्या हो जाएगा? When I take 0 to 1 limit, GIF anything between 0 to 1, it gives the left 0. When I take 1 to root 2, output will be 1. So ये हो जाएगा after integrating. I mean this will be 1. Integration of 1 is x from 1 to root 2. Last one. If I take root 2 to 1.5, root 2 substitution will give me 2. Integration of 2 is 2x from root 2 to 1.5. And root 2 minus 1 plus 2 into 1.5, 3 minus 2 root 2. ये फाइनल आंसर क्या आ जाएगा? root 2 minus 2 root 2 is minus root 2, minus 1 plus 3 is 2. 2 minus root 2 is the answer for this option है. नहीं, again, अच्छा, this is a integer type question. This is the value of यहाँ पे आगे. So they have said after integrating you will get alpha minus root alpha. So after integrating I've got 2 minus root 2. तो alpha क्या है बच्चों? What is the value of alpha? वो alpha निकालना है, फिर उसका 6 क्यूब निकालना है, 6 से मल्टीप्लाई करना है, आंसर लिखना है. So do you match, and can we say that alpha is 2, alpha cube will be 8, and 6 alpha cube will be 48. So final answer that you're going to input is going to be your 48. ठीक है? 3D geometry भी हो गया, मतलब vector भी हो गया थोड़ा सा. So that was broadly from my side, guys, and all the very best for all those who have exams tomorrow, day after, this week. जब भी होगा, give your best. Remember, I have always said, maintain your calm. Maintain your calm and trust yourself. हो जाएगा. I'm not saying JEE हो जाएगा. Exam निकल जाएगा, and that will be a learning for you. This first attempt will be a good learning for all of you. How much you know, how much you have studied, and how much more you need to study. Okay? So now Kunal sir will be joining. All the best. Bye-bye. Thank you for joining the session. I'll be signing off now. Nahi Vinod, doesn't make a difference. You can just write 48. Okay, bye-bye. I'll inform the team to end. बच्चों वो फीडबैक फॉर्म भी भर दो प्लीज. हाँ, do fill that feedback form in the description. Y'all can have quickly your lunch. फटाफट खा लो.
हाँ जी, hello everyone. I hope so I'm perfectly audible and visible to all of you. Please type in the chat box if I'm perfectly audible and visible to all of you. Let me just open the link of the live session and see. I hope so. Okay, hello Aryan, it's Aryan. Hello Hussein. Okay. I know you guys are tired. You are attending this JEE Mains live session from 4 hours. Okay. But don't worry, I will not let your motivation fall for the next 2 hours. Quickly, okay, I can see in the chat section. Live chat. Okay. Ansh is there. आवाज आ रही है. Okay, fine. Alright guys, so as all of you know that we are conducting this JEE Mains live session है ना, YouTube live session for the upcoming JEE Mains attempt 1 of 2025, right? I request all of you to please, I was about to say turn on your cameras, but it's a YouTube live session so you cannot turn on your camera. So what you can quickly do, you can just share the link of this physics, the most important section. One of the most important section is going to start today. You can drop the link in the chat section of your school group, WhatsApp groups. हाँ ये इस लड़के के फटाफट याद ही दिला दिया कि सर you hadn't completed this topic. ठीक है, yes, we will see that. I think there is a question on that as well, Aryan, in today's class. है ना? ठीक है. Cameras on, all of you cameras. अरे यार, what I'm saying. ठीक है. हाँ, type in the chat box how is the Josh, low, high, dead, medium, alive, and make sure you share the link of this YouTube session to your friends on the school WhatsApp group and your personal secret groups, Instagram groups, and wherever you are, so that they also join this session. ठीक है. Now our mode of communication is only this chat section and yes, only chat section is there. ठीक है. From background I'm listening कि if everything is fine, there is no tech issue. Let me just ठीक है. Okay, fine guys. All right guys, let us begin with the session. ठीक है, everything is perfect. So hello everyone, my name is Kunal Gupta and I welcome you all to PW Gulf. चाय पी लो कहीं से, आर्यन स्वाद मिलेगा यही से. Drink tea from anywhere but you will get taste only from here. ठीक है. If you want, what you can do, you can take a small break, है ना. ठीक है, मतलब already your videos are off. ठीक है, you can just close your eyes and take a deep breath for the first 2 minutes. I would be telling a bit about the JEE Mains, है ना. The other teachers might would have discussed that. and quickly you can take this as a washroom break. You can go and come back quickly, है ना? ठीक है, for 2 minutes you are having. ठीक है, all right, fine. So if you have any doubt related to, I know a lot of you would be having different doubts about the center, dress code, marking scheme, syllabus, etc. and etc. Okay. Trust me, no one can answer all your queries accurately except for this PDF. This PDF I have downloaded from the official website of JEE Mains. Okay. So you go to the information section and there is this information bulletin. Okay. And here is information bulletin for JEE Mains 2025. है ना? ठीक है. Clearly they have mentioned. As I downloaded this PDF has opened. Okay. Now this PDF has all the sections. So here is the mission vision. Okay. Okay. National Testing Agency. Okay. I hope this time they do not do any thing like the previous year. Okay. So here is the topics being covered in this PDF. For example, you have doubt related to the duration of the test. Just simply switch to that page where it is mentioned. If you have doubt related to eligibility, age criteria, just refer there. Clearly they had mentioned which year, which month, etc. and etc. Okay. If you have this syllabus wala doubt, or if you have any doubt related to the you have any query or something, that ठीक है, admit card issues are there or something related to the schedule of the examination, each and everything you can find here in this single PDF. ठीक है. हाँ, jurisdiction I was saying. ठीक है. So what would be the legal jurisdiction in case you want to raise a dispute? So each and everything is written there. है ना? Refer only this PDF. Okay, for all your doubts. I know it's I think more than 80-90 pages are there, but yes, all doubts would be covered from this single PDF. Fine. Okay, Hisham has already joined. Make sure guys you drop the link of this class in your school WhatsApp group with your friends so that they can also attend the class and get benefited from this. Fine. Alright guys, let us begin with this JEE Mains paper discussion. Fine. So what I would be doing in this particular session, we would be discussing the PYQs, and that too PYQ of the previous year only, 2024. Okay. So different shifts and different days wale questions, papers we would be discussing, है ना? And you yourself will see that acha, in first shift or on this day this question was asked. In the next shift this question, the formula was same, the concept was same, only the values would have changed and the similar question has been asked. Okay. So just for that comparison of different shifts as well for a particular attempt, I had picked this JEE Mains 2024. Different shifts would be there. Which shift would be there, that I will be telling you in the beginning only. Okay. So quickly type in the chat box, how is the Josh, low, high, dead, medium, aligned? Let us discuss JEE Mains PYQs discussion. Type in the chat box, how is the Josh, low, high, dead, medium, alive? So 27 January, shift 1 2024. Certain questions, if I see, there are a lot many slides in this PDF. है ना? We will try to cover as many as we can. The questions I feel that are already covered. Okay, we will skip those questions and switch to the next one. Fine. Chalo, let us begin. 5 seconds I will give you to read the question. है ना? Make sure your mobile phone is in the landscape mode. Try to connect with a laptop or a tab if you have. It should be in the landscape mode, and use Bluetooth or headphones. Bluetooth headphones or the wired ones. है ना? Resistance of length L is cut into 5 parts and those parts are put in parallel. Then the new resistance is. Okay. So there is a resistance R. Question should have been framed like this. Okay. So understand this. So there was a wire whose resistance was R. There are questions which are direct formula based. Okay, so just observe those questions as well. Okay. And how many such questions were there? Okay. 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 It is cut into 5 parts. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay. Now all of you know that resistance is directly proportional to the length. Okay. Resistivity, अच्छा see, resistance is equal to rho L by A, है ना? Resistivity hasn't changed, cross sectional area hasn't changed. So resistance is directly proportional to length. Okay. So you are saying length has become 1/5, है ना? L dash is equal to L by 5. So the new resistance of each of them will also become 1/5, R by 5. है ना? Okay. So resistance of this is R by 5, R by 5, R by 5 and R by 5 and R by 5. Acha, if there is any calculation mistake by chance being done, so you can inform us in the chart section. Certain things that needs to be corrected, then you may inform us in the chart section, है ना? Okay. Human error. It's cut into 5 parts and those parts are put in parallel. Okay. So all of them are now connected in parallel. Okay. Basically you had connected them like this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So all of them are having resistance R by 5, R by 5, R by 5. So R1 by R equivalent will be how much? 1 by R1 plus 1 by R2 plus 1 by R3 plus 1 by R4 plus 1 by R5. Okay. So all are same. So 1 by R plus 1 by R plus 1 by R. Okay. Acha, let me write R1 is equal to R2 is equal to R3 is equal to R4 is equal to R5 is equal to R0, where R0 value is R by 5. Okay. So this is nothing but 5 times 1 by R0. Reciprocate this. R equivalent will be R0 by 5. R0 is nothing but R by 5. So R equivalent will become R by 25. Okay. So that is the equivalent resistance. Okay. And in parallel we know the equivalent resistance, it's less than the least of all. Okay. So R by 25 is the equivalent resistance. Next question, read this. SHM. A particle is performing SHM with amplitude 4 centimeter. Direct formula based, maximum velocity V max, they are saying this is equal to 10 centimeter per second. Then find out the position of particle where velocity becomes 5 centimeter per second. That is the value of x when the particle, when the velocity becomes 5 centimeter per second. This is the mean position, extreme position. Achha, by the way, what is the date that you had got for the exam? Type in the chat box the date that you had got. Now, at mean position the speed is maximum, and that means at mean position x is also equal to 0. X is also equal to 0. Okay. Acha, you remember the formula v speed at any point is given by v is equal to omega under the root a square minus x square. Okay. Now I think v max means the speed will be maximum at the mean position only, right? And at mean position x is equal to 0. Okay. So here you can write at x is equal to 0. V max is this much. This gets cancelled out. Omega you would be getting it as 10 by 4 or 5 by 2. Okay, 10 by 4 or 5 by 2. Okay, fine. Now at how much value of x? At how much value of x you will get speed is equal to 5 centimeter per second. Same formula. Now in this I am substituting v is equal to 5, है ना? Omega I had just now got 5 by 2 under the root a square minus x square 4 square. X value I do not know. So basically 2 data points are given to me. 2 data points are given to me, है ना? I had used one data point to find omega. Now I am substituting. Acha, all of you had got the values. Okay, great. Acha, please drop the make sure you share the link of this class to others, है ना? And they can join the session. This gets cancelled out. 2. Square both sides. X square 16 minus 4. X you are getting it as root of 12. Root of 12 means 2 root 3. So at a distance of 2 root 3 centimeter, speed is this much. Fine. How many of you had got this as the answer? Type in the chat box. How come you guys are getting 22 and 24? Yes, Aryan, Gaurav. Acha, okay, okay, fine. Acha, you were telling about the dates of the exam. Okay. Moment of inertia. Read this. Find the moment of inertia along the dotted axis. Okay. So this is the dotted axis in the in this plane only it is. I know. 2 meter, 2 meter, 2 meter. All the masses are 1 kg. I know. Fine. Now, very simple. What is the moment of inertia? Summation of mr square. I know. The total moment of inertia about an axis is given by m1 r1 square plus m2 r2 square plus m3 r3 square plus m4 r4 square. Okay. So here are the masses m1, m2, m3, m4. Okay. All are 1 kg. Okay. All are 1 kg. 2 meter. So the first mass is at a distance of 2 meter. The third mass is also at a distance of 2 meter. The fourth mass, it is lying on the axis itself. R4 will become 0. The fourth mass is lying on the axis itself, so R4 will become 0. Second mass, this would be the distance of the second mass. from the axis. See, you have to find the distances from axis of rotation. This is my axis of rotation. Okay, all the distances would be measured from this towards the mass, point mass. Okay, so this is 2, this is 2, this is a 90 degree. You can apply Pythagoras theorem here. Okay, this is 2, this is 2, this will be 2 square plus 2 square. So 2 root 2. So how much you are getting R2 as? 2 root 2. M1 is how much? 1 kg. R1 is how much? 2 meter. M2 is how much? Again 1 kg. Acha, if you want all the masses are same, so you can take M common. Simple. R1 square plus R2 square plus R3 square plus R4 square. Mass is 1 kg. R1 is 2 meter. R2 is 2 root 2. R3 is 2. R4 is 0. (16 kg meter square). Fine, 16 kg meter square. Okay. Read this. Gaurav bhai, you are from? Finally, Donald Trump has become the US president. Acha. Okay. So kinetic energy is given by 3 by 2 kBT. Average kinetic energy they are saying for a find the temperature of this monoatomic gas. So this is the formula. Okay. So kinetic energy they are saying it is 0.414 electron volt. Okay. So convert it into joule. 1.6 into 10 raised to the power minus 19. Okay. So temperature, how much you would be getting? Twice of kinetic energy upon 3 into kb. Kinetic energy 0.414 into 1.6 into 10 raised to the power minus 19. Thrice of 1.38 into 10 raised to the power minus 23. Sorry, Boltzmann constant. Okay. KVT is Kapil Body Temple. It's a gym nearby my house. Read this, collisions. Acha, during the exam also, ठीक है. If you want, I can tell you the strategy as well, है ना? ठीक है. Do not haphazardly read the questions. Take time, ठीक है? Not even that much time. Deep breath. Take a deep breath and read the question carefully. By chance, if you misinterpret any value or the question, then a lot of time is going to be wasted. Okay. Instead, for the first time only, read it carefully. Analyze whether it is a cup of your tea or not. If not, then switch to next question. Fine. Okay, but entire revision would be done today for physics. Two particles of mass 1000 kg and 200 kg are moving with velocity 1000 kg uh, two particles of mass 1000 kg and 200 kg are moving with velocity. This is moving with 6 meter per second and this is moving with 2 meter per second in the same direction. Make sure you see the direction carefully, है ना? If the collision between the particles are inelastic, then find the final velocity. ठीक है? So they had collided. After the collision, what will be their final velocity? This collision was inelastic. The value of V is what they are asking. In fact, they had mentioned the E value is equal to 0. Even if they would not have mentioned it, we would have known. Okay, now let me just quickly give you a general formula. Okay, how the general formula works. Okay. Okay, anyways, chalo, directly I will give you. So V is equal to M1 U1 plus M2 U2 upon M1 plus M2. Okay. M1 is 1000 kg, U1 is 6, M2 is 200 kg, U2 is 2, M1 plus M2, 1000 plus 200, 1200. Thirty 32. So 32. Any calculation mistake we did? This is moving with 6 meter per second and that one is if the collision between particles is inelastic, then find out the final velocities of the particle. Okay, 200 are taken common. Here 5 would be left, 5 into 6 and here 2 would be left. 5 into 6 is 30 plus 2, 32. This is 6 32 by 6. 2 it goes on 3, 2 it goes on 16. Roughly, I think they may be asking the rough answer. That is 5.3 meter per second. Closest will be 5 meter per second. Anji, are you there? Read this. Yes, are you there or not? Please confirm. Okay, I know you guys are tired, but please bear for next 1.5 or so. Let me turn on the AC. hello. Okay, let us continue. If the electron revolving in the third Bohr's orbit of hydrogen species has radius r, then what will be the radius in the fourth orbit in terms of r only? Okay, we know that this radius it is directly proportional to the n square. Okay, so in the third orbit, so n becomes 3, r3 is equal to 3 square. Okay, it has the radius r, so r3 they are representing by r, 3 square is 9. Okay, then what will be the radius in the fourth orbit? R4 is directly proportional to 4 square, है ना? R4 is directly proportional to 16. Okay, this is first, this is second. You can divide the second by first. R4 by R is equal to 16 by 9. R4 you would be getting 16 by 9 into R. Option number 2. Okay, very easy. Read this. Only Arhan is motivated to attend the class. "20-second" means tomorrow is your exam. By the way, this is the you know that one shot revision or these videos are very helpful. I remember the last CAT exam that I gave for the MBA. I was done with my preparation. One day before, I was thinking what to do, what to not do. There was a video on MBA wala channel that was recently launched at that time only. So there sir has covered trap questions for CAT 2000. I think 22 I had given. 22. I had seen 2 videos were there, I guess. So I had seen both of them. And next day, at the end, hardly I think few seconds were left. 60 seconds or so were left. It was a computer based exam and I was left with 2 questions. The second last I did, last question, 10 seconds were remaining for the last question around. You know the question that came, the same question I had seen in his video a day before of that MBA wala. Still I am very much fortunate that I had seen that video and that in fact I didn't solve that question and directly had marked the answer. As it is, it came. Anji, read this. All of you please read this. Two infinite current carrying wires having current I in opposite direction shown below. Find the magnetic field in SI unit at point P. This is an infinite wire. Again, this is another infinite wire. Now, first see 10 centimeter from here, 10 centimeter from here, well and good. Okay. Current I is flowing through this and current I is flowing through this. Okay. Now, magnetic field at a distance of 10 centimeter due to this wire, magnitude I am telling you, it is mu naught I upon 2 pi d, where d is the distance. How much is the distance? 10 centimeter I am assuming. Okay. Or 0.1 meter. This is 0.1 meter. Let me put in SI unit. Okay. For the second wire, magnitude of magnetic field will be mu naught I upon 2 pi. Distance is 10 centimeter, or you can say 0.1 meter. Okay. Now the thing is that you need to find B1 and B2 are same, but at point P you have to see what is the angle between both of them. For example, B1 is in this direction and B2 is also in this direction. You will be adding them. B1 is in this direction, B2 would be in this direction, you would be subtracting them. For example, B1 is here, B2 is here, angle between them is 60 degree, then the resultant wala formula you are going to apply. Correct? है ना? Plastic cheeseburger is also there. Fine. Anji, which class you are in plastic cheeseburger? Please type in the chat box. क्या क्या नाम लेके you guys come to the class, है ना? ठीक है. तो first find the angle. ठीक है. तो magnetic field. हाँ. एक second. Having got okay. They are carrying the current in the opposite direction. ठीक है. There is a misprinting. Also of the question of the diagram. ठीक है. They are carrying the current in the opposite direction. Current in this wire is in this direction. Okay. If I talk about the first wire, magnetic field is inside. Magnetic field is inside. Let me draw a cross. V1 is inside due to the first wire. Second wire, current, fingers are going inside. So due to the second wire also it is inside. So both the values, both the magnetic fields B1 and B2 are inside. So the net magnetic field will be how much? Twice of you can write, है ना? Twice of mu naught, because both are same, upon 2 pi into 0.1. 2 gets cancelled out. 10 mu naught I upon pi. That is the net magnetic field. Right? This is an interesting one. One of the good questions I had seen. Read this. Some knowledge of your vectors is also used here, and electric potential too is there. Plastic cheeseburger. Okay. I would be giving you a break, don't worry. After 1 hour, I will give you a break. Okay. So they are saying a charge 10 raised to the power minus 6 coulomb is placed at origin. Find the potential difference between 2 points A and B whose position vectors are given by root 3 I cap plus root 3 j cap meter and root 6 j cap. Now, for the first time when you see this question, me seems to be confusing to you guys, but okay. So you had kept a charge 10 raised to the power minus 6 coulomb. Okay. Now, 2 points they are talking about. One is this root 3 I cap plus root 3 j cap. Somewhere around here that point would be. Another is root 3 j cap. Oh, sorry, root 6 j cap. Okay. These are the 2 points they are talking about. A and B. Now they are asking find the potential difference between these 2 points. So suppose at A there is some potential VA. At B there is some potential VB. Okay. So they are asking what is VA minus VB. Potential at any point is given by KQ by R, where R is the distance from the charge to that point. Q is same. Let us find the value of R, that is the distance of these 2 points from the charge. RA. This we have to find, and RB, this we have to find. So RA is given to you in orthogonal form. Root 3 I cap plus root 3 j cap. Okay. So find the magnitude. How will you find the magnitude? Very simple. Square of first plus square of secant. 3 plus 3. Root of 6. So that is RA. What about RB? RB again is given to you in orthogonal form. Root 6 j cap. Okay. So magnitude of RA will be how much? Sorry, RB will be root of 6. So this is RB, this is RA. If you see, RA and RB both are same. RA and RB both are same. That is, this denominator wala factor is same. So VA is nothing but K. There is no point in putting, but theek hai. If you want to, R is how much? Root of 6. Similarly, VB is how much? K 10 raised to the power minus 6 into upon root of 6. Okay. So you can find the potential difference, VB minus VA. Both are same, you will get 0. Interesting question it was. Though easy, but still student made a lot mistake here. Acceleration due to gravity. See, trust me, you are going to get questions or the concepts from here only in tomorrow's exam. है ना? So better you concentrate. I will give you a break, don't worry. After 6 slides, 7, 8 slides. If the diameter of the earth becomes half, okay, so diameter has become half. Okay. So basically radius has also become half. Then acceleration due to gravity at surface of the earth becomes, okay, so G dash, earlier let it be G, that was Gm by R square. Now they are asking what is the new acceleration due to gravity. R dash is how much? R by 2. This goes there. G dash is how much? 4 times Gm by R square. Gm by R square is nothing but the original acceleration due to gravity. Four times हो गया ना? Fine. Clear. You just have to take the snapshot in your mind, है ना? This is important. The relation between the kinetic energy and momentum, I think I had seen 2-3 times the similar question like this. Fine, so that's why it is important. Okay, see, have a look. Hanji, what is the relation Aryan, plastic cheeseburger, Gaurav? Type in the chat box, Hisham. Okay. The two masses, M1 is equal to 4 gram, M2 is equal to 25 gram. Are having the same kinetic energy. Okay. So they are saying K1 is equal to K2. Okay. Find the ratio of their linear momentum. Now, for your kind information, kinetic energy is equal to P square by 2m. Okay. P1 square by twice of M1, P2 square by twice of M2. Okay. So 2 and 2 gets cancelled out. Ratio of P1 is to P2 they are asking now. So P1 square by P2 square. Acha, no need to convert them to kg because ultimately it is the ratio that will also get cancelled out even if you divide it by 1000. So in ratios it is, you may divide it, convert it into kg, but still you will get the same answer. So P1 by P2 whole square is equal to M1 is how much? 4. M2 is how much? 25. Take root both sides. So P1 by P2 2 by 5. Sorry, 2 is to 5. Fine. Many questions I had seen just on this relation. So make sure it is on your tip. Kinetic energy is P square by 2m or momentum is equal to under root 2mk. Either of them you can use. Momentum is equal to under root 2mk. Take this as homework. Similar question it is. Again this is equal to, this is similar to moment of inertia. 4 bodies of mass 1 kg are kept on vertices of square of side 2 meter, axis passing perpendicular to the plane through that one of the vertices. Some grammatical mistake. Then calculate the moment of inertia about the axis. Okay, similar question it is. Read this. That one, calculate the moment of inertia about the axis. Okay, so electromagnetic wave is given by this equation. Find intensity, half epsilon naught C E naught square. This is the formula. E naught is nothing but the maximum amplitude of intensity or of electric field. Okay, so electric field is given by 200. This is E naught. Epsilon naught 8.85. Permittivity of free space is 10 raised to the power minus 12. C is 3 into 10 raised to the power 8. E naught is how much? 200. This 3 added. Hanji, how much you are getting? Solve this, you will get the answer. Okay, 5, 6, 30, 6, 6, 36, 5, 6, 30, 6, 6, 36, 42, 48, 40, 51, 5, 48, 48 50 53 53 53.10 watt per meter square. ठीक है, तो roughly 53. Fine. Just check if any calculation mistake by any chance. Read this. Which of the following is reverse biased? अच्छा, we are down with roughly 20 questions है ना, roughly. हाँ जी, try this out. ठीक है, okay. Now, so all of you know, in forward bias what happens? The P side is connected to a higher potential and N side is connected to a lower potential. In reverse bias, the P side connected to lower potential and N side is connected to a higher potential. Okay. So they are asking you which is in reverse biased, P side, N side. So P side is connected to higher potential, not in reverse bias. Here this is P side, this is N side. P side is connected to 2 volt, N side is connected to 5 volt. So N side is connected to higher potential. Yes, this we can say is in reverse bias. Read this. Meter bridge. Meter bridge. Okay. In the given meter bridge circuit, null point is found at 60 centimeter from end A. Okay. The unknown resistance S is. Okay. Now let us see. This is 60 centimeter. So 100 minus 60. Consider this point as P. AP 60 centimeter and PB will become 40 centimeter. PB will become 40 centimeter. So very simple. The concept of meter bridge was, okay, first is very simple, that you need to find a null point. Null point is the point where there is no deflection in the galvanometer. Okay. So this into this is equal to this into this. I hadn't taught you this to the concept of this ratios etc. Simple multiplication. This into this, that is 40 into S is equal to this into this. Simple as that. 60 into 60. Entire length is of 100 centimeter. So this is 60. This automatically becomes 40 centimeter. So SU will be getting it as 60 into 60 upon 40. 0 0 gets cancelled out. 2 3 6 30. So S, you are getting 339, 90 ohms. Fine, simple. Let us try a few questions on nuclei as well. Units and dimension also we can try. चलो पहले ये कर लेते हैं. After this I will give you a break, है ना? Done. A nucleode, A is equal to 236, binding energy 7.6 mega electron volt per nucleon in fission reaction, and this is the reaction that is given to you. Okay, very good. Binding energy of B is 8.6 mega electron volt per nucleon. Okay, find the energy released in the process in mega electron volt. Okay. So basically Rn, the process that has occurred, A236 fission happened, and this got broken into 2B118. Okay. Okay. 2B118 means B118 plus B118. Simple as that. Okay. Acha. If I ask you what is the mass number of this A, that is 236. Okay. Number of nucleoids is 236. Number of nucleoids. Number of nucleoids. Two 36, 118, 118. Binding energy per nucleoid is how much here? Here it is 7.6 mega electron volt per nucleon. Here it is 8.6 mega electron volt per nucleon. Here also this is 8.6 mega electron volt. Fine. So for one nucleon, this much is the energy. Okay. 7.6 mega electron volt. Okay. So for 236 nucleons, how much energy would be there? Multiply these two. 236 into 7.6. How much you are getting? Just tell me quickly. 236 into 7.6. For one nucleon, this much is the energy. How many are there? 118. For one, this much, how many are there? 118. And add them. Whatever would be the difference would be the energy release. Fine? Fine? Aryan? Gaurav? ठीक है. Now, we are starting with the shift 2 exam, है ना? And before that, I will give you a break, small break it would be. Of 5 minutes only. And yes, all of you please quickly come back. Anji, all of you please quickly come back. Type in the chat box if you are back. Anji, type in the chat box. Type in the chat box if you are back with it. Acha, okay, Aryan. Here is the marker. 1 second, you know. ठीक है. All right, break up. ठीक है. Try a few hours homework. Very easy they are. No. ठीक है. In a dipole, they are saying find the potential at point P. ठीक है. So now this point P is here. It is neither on the equatorial line nor it is on the axial line. Okay. So what is the formula for the potential at an angle theta? That is given by Kp cos theta by r square. Kp cos theta by r square, where P is the dipole moment. That is equal to the length of the dipole into the value of the charge. Length is 1 meter, charge is 4 microcoulomb. So 4 into 10 raised to the power minus 6 coulomb. So Vp will be how much? K is how much? 9 into 10 raised to the power 9. P is how much? 4 into 10 raised to the power minus 6. Cos of 60 degree. R square. R is how much? 1 meter. 9 4 36. 10 raised to the power 3 it will be. Cos 60 degree means 1 by 2. 18. 1 second. Oh, I'm sorry. So R is the distance and that distance is 2 meter. So 2 square it must be. Four it goes on 9. 4.5 into 10 raised to the power 3. 4500 volt. Roughly this is the answer, है ना? ठीक है, clear? Any doubt, any query you have, you guys can unmute and ask. Interesting one. I think hardly any year is there when we do not practice this question in the live class when we are doing this chapter. Read this, hardly any air is there. A bullet is fired with velocity v0 and it enters into a fixed wooden block. When it travels 4 cm, its velocity becomes 2v0 by 3. Then find the total distance traveled by bullet before it comes to rest. The bullet is fired with velocity v0. Okay. So right now when it is entering, the velocity of this is v0. Okay. When it travels 4 cm, its velocity becomes 2v0 by 3. Okay, very good. So let us suppose it has traveled till here. Now its velocity has become 2v0 by 3. Okay, very good. So this becomes initial speed, this becomes the final speed. Okay. And it has traveled a distance of 4 cm. Okay. Then find total distance traveled by the bullet before it comes to rest. Okay. Now it will be traveling. See, speed is reducing. For example, it was 200, then it has become 66.6. Then slowly and steadily it would be reducing. So it is saying find the total distance traveled by the bullet before it comes to rest. Okay. So finally it would be coming to rest. So they are asking how much is the distance traveled when it comes to rest. Speed has become 0. So let us study it from A to B and then B to C. Very simple. The approach is very simple. Find the acceleration from A to B portion. Substitute that acceleration from B to C. Very simple. So I would be using V square minus U square is equal to 2AS. Okay. From A to B. From this much for this much path. V square is how much? Twice of V0 by 3 minus V0 square. Twice of acceleration is a distance they are seeing 4 cm. If you want, you may convert this centimeter to meter. It's up to you, है ना? But not at all. It would be required. Ultimately, it will be cancelled out, है ना? ठीक है. You may convert it, है ना? So 4v0 square by 9 minus v0 square. So 8 times acceleration. This will become 9. 9 minus 4, 5. 5v0 square by 9 is equal to 8 times a. Or acceleration is equal to send 8 here. 8 into 9, 80, 72. So this is the acceleration that you are getting for this body. The same acceleration that you had got from A to B can be substituted here. Okay. From B to C portion. From B to C portion. So substitute here V dash square minus U twice of A into S dash. Let that distance be D. V dash, so finally it is becoming 0. यहाँ पे it is twice of V0 by 3 whole square is equal to twice of acceleration. You had got this. V naught square gets cancelled out. This gets cancelled out on 8, 4. Send this here. एक सेकेंड. I do not think so. Any mistake is there. 2 square V naught. Correct. I think here 16 should be there. Correct, Aaron? And I do not think so any calculation में. हाँ ठीक है. All right. So final speed here was 0. So I had substituted 0. Initial speed, this acted as an initial speed. Twice of V naught by 3. 2 square is 4. 3 square is 9. ठीक है. तो 4 V naught by 9. Twice of V square minus U square. Twice of acceleration into displacement 2 AD. है ना. Acceleration I needed. Acceleration I had found from here and substituted here. ठीक है. So this got cancelled out on 8. ठीक है. This get cancelled out on 4. 4 went there. 4 into 4 16. 16 upon 5. ठीक है. यहाँ पे twice of V naught square by 3. तो 4 V naught square by 9 minus V naught square. This went there. अच्छा, minus would also be there. Minus just indicates that the speed here is reducing. है ना. ठीक है. 9 minus 4. 5 times V naught square by 9 was there. Then 8 into 9 I did. It became 72. हाँ ठीक है. Here they should have written 16. Some printing mistake is there. ठीक है. All right. Next question. Similar question we had done. हाँ. Work function we hadn't done any. Read this question. Okay. So they are saying if the work function of a metal is phi naught is given to you as 6.63 electron volt. Okay. Then find the threshold frequency. F naught is what they are asking. Okay. F naught is what they are asking from you. So we know that phi naught is equal to h times f naught, है ना? Where f naught is the threshold frequency, phi naught is the work function, and h is the Planck's constant. So f naught will be given by phi naught upon h. Are converted into joules, है ना? H is 6.63 into 10 raised to the power minus 34. 10 raised to the power 34 upon 10 raised to the power 16. This gets cancelled out on how much? 16, 34 minus 16, 14 gone get there to 18. F naught is how much? 1.6 into 10 raised to the power 18 hertz. Again some printing mistake is there. Make it 18. अच्छा, this presentation was prepared, ठीक है, from the last year's questions, ठीक है, basically live was taken that day, है ना. So certain questions already had those printing mistakes here, so that's why you will find some printing error here. ठीक है, next question. Hardly any year is there when we do not practice a similar question like this, where the dimensions of A and B are asked from you. Read this. If P minus A by V square into V minus V is equal to nRT, where P, V, R and T are pressure, volume, universal gas constant and temperature, then A by V square has dimension of the formula as that of. ठीक है. Generally students do not read this question carefully and do a mistake here. What is the mistake? Let me just show you. ठीक है. So whatever is the dimension of V must be the dimension of V. Whatever is the dimension of V must be the dimension of V. Principle of homogeneity. Same dimensions, the physical quantities having the same dimensions can be added or subtracted, they having the same units, है ना. So whatever is the dimension of V must be equal to the dimension of V. B. V is so confusing. So this becomes LQ, है ना. Now what is the dimension of A? See, here dimension of A is not equal to dimension of P. This entire dimension is being subtracted from P. So dimension of A by V square is equal to the dimension of P. ठीक है. So dimension of A by V square is equal to the dimension of P. V square is how, volume is how much? LQ. Pressure is force per unit area, है ना. That is ML. Pressure, तो pressure, force, this should be on tip. ML T raised to the power minus 2. Area is L square. It's cancel out. So ML raised to the power minus 1, T raised to the power minus 2. So dimension of A finally you would be getting it as, अच्छा, this becomes L raised to the power 6. Goes there and gets multiplied. Now, they hadn't asked you the dimension of A or B. They had asked then which of the following has the same dimension as A by B square. So you need to find the dimension of A by B square. Square of this. Okay, square both sides, this will become L raised to the power 6. So finally you are getting ML raised to the power minus 1, T raised to the power minus 2. M raised to the ML raised to the power minus 1, T raised to the power minus 2. Now see which of the following has the same dimension as given by that. So pressure we know, acha, pressure to just now we had find it is ML raised to the power minus 1, T raised to the power minus 2. ठीक है. So directly we had got dimension of A by B square is equal to the dimension of pressure. Fine, clear? Type in the chat box clear with percentage. How much percentage is it clear to you? Read this, this is also interesting. हाँ जी, हाँ जी, ठीक है। देखो, suppose there is a semicircular loop, है ना, of some radius r, and the magnetic field produced by it having some current I, magnetic field produced by it at the center, it is nothing but mu naught I upon twice of r, sorry, mu naught I upon 4 times of r, ठीक है, twice of r if it is a complete circle, है ना. If it would have been a complete circle, then it would have been mu naught I upon twice of r, ठीक है. In the circuit shown in figure, capital R is pi by 4. So capital R is how much? Pi by 4. ठीक है. And small r is pi by 2. So these are the values of radius given to you. Okay. The current flowing in the circuit is 2 ampere. So current is also given to you as 2 ampere. Then find magnetic field at the center O. Okay. So magnetic field at center O we need to find. Okay. Now, this is a semicircle. Now forget each and everything. Forget each and everything. है ना? What will be the magnetic field due to this yellow portion? Let that be V1. Mu naught I upon 4 times of capital R. Yes or no? And what will be the direction? It would be inside. It must be inside. So I am putting a cross here. Cross represents inside. What will be the magnetic field at the center due to this straight portion? 0. ठीक है. So on the axis of the line of a straight conductor, the magnetic field is 0. Same 0. What about this? Tuck inside, cross. P2 will be how much? Mu naught I upon 4 times of small r. This is inside. Fine. Okay. So what will be the net magnetic field? Both are inside. So the net magnetic field must be addition of both of them. B1 plus B2. B1 plus B2. B1 is mu naught I upon 4r plus mu naught I upon 4 times small r. है ना. So you can just substitute the values of capital and R and small r. The current value is given to you as 2 ampere, है ना, and you will get the answer. So let me just solve it to you. So mu naught is nothing but 4 pi into 10 raised to the power minus 7. I is 2 ampere. This is 4. 1 by capital R is how much? Pi by 4. Small r is how much? Pi by 2. This gets cancelled out. Four plus 2, it will be remaining 6. 6 to 12. So 12 into 10 raised to the power minus 7. Tesla. Fine. Yes. RN. He's only there in the chart section. Alright. Let us come to the next question. See, this is what I was talking about. A similar question, two bodies having the mass 4 kg and 5 kgs. Find the ratios of their linear momentum. But he has just repeated it. Acha, okay. Slide has been repeated, I think. See, similar question. Just now we had done, okay, a bullet is fired into a fixed target, it loses 1/3 of its velocity, that means 2 by 3 of V0. After traveling 4 centimeter, it penetrates further, P into 10 raised to the power minus 3 meter before coming to the rest, then find the value of P. So they had just changed the language. Similar question it is. They had changed the language. Instead of asking you the final answer, they are asking you the value of P. ठीक है, हाँ, this transformer we will do. ठीक है. Escape speed is important. We hadn't done any questions on escape speed. Read this question. Okay, fine. So what was the escape speed? Let us first see that. Suppose here is a mother earth, है ना? and here is a satellite that you need to send it in space or cross the gravitational pull of Earth. So escape speed was given by under root 2 gm by small r. Escape speed was given by under root 2 gm by small r, where small r is the distance from the center of the Earth to the satellite. If you are escaping it from the surface of the Earth, then small r used to become the radius of the Earth, that is the capital R. Okay. Now a body is projected up with a velocity 3/4 of the escape velocity from the surface of the Earth. The height it reaches from the surface of the Earth is. Okay. Now again I am telling you, instead of small r it becomes capital R if it is the radius of the Earth. It is kept at the surface of the Earth. Now understand this. You are thrown this satellite with some speed that is nothing but 2/3 times the escape speed of Earth. Okay. At this point it is having some potential energy and it is having some kinetic energy. Okay. Now it is thrown, of course, with a speed lesser than the escape speed, so it will not escape the gravitational pull of the Earth. So they are asking, it reaches to some height h. Okay. So they are asking, what is this height h? Okay. Here it stops, the speed becomes 0. Maximum height it has reached. Here only potential energy would be there. U final. Okay. Now whatever is the total energy initial must be equal to the total energy final. Correct? Okay. Initial potential energy plus initial kinetic energy is equal to final potential energy. This is minus g, mass of the Earth into mass of the satellite, upon what is this distance between them? Distance between them is equal to the radius of the Earth, plus kinetic energy initial, half m kinetic energy of the satellite, half mv square, final minus g m into small m by r plus h. Fine. So from this they are asking you to find the value of h. Okay. To how much height it reaches. Clear, Rn? Small m you take common, it gets cancelled out here itself. Rest is the fight for v they had given to you. Chalo, let me substitute. V square 2/3, escape speed is how much? Root 2 gm by r. Okay. So square this. 4/9 into gm by r. Okay. Now it is very simple. In fact, if you want, you can take gm common and even that will be cancelled out. Okay. So very clean and easy it is. R and R, gm and gm also get cancelled out. You just need to find the value of h from here. Okay. Fine. Clear? Let us move ahead because we need to touch more and more questions. Otherwise, we would be left with it. This uniform in the torque. Okay. This is related to a torque. Read this. and then one power factor we are going to see. There exists a uniform electric field given by this. A dipole of dipole moment 15 coulomb meter is placed at an angle 30 degree with the electric field. What is the torque experienced by the dipole? ठीक है, तो very simple. Torque is equal to, हाँ जी, torque is equal to, yes, type in the chat section, RN, Habib. Torque is equal to, they had given to us electric field is equal to 20 I cap, and dipole moment is equal to 15 coulomb per meter. This is the magnitude of dipole moment, 15 coulomb meter. Magnitude of electric field becomes 20. हाँ जी, it is placed at an angle of 30 degree with the electric field. Torque is PE sin theta. PE sin theta. Sine of 30 degree. Sine 30 degrees 1 by 2. ठीक है. Diagram they hadn't drawn. Where is the transformer wala? Transformer is important, है ना? Read this. दूसरा आ जाओ. हाँ जी, डन. Yes. Okay. ठीक है. So what they are saying? Let us understand. If the primary side of the transformer is connected with 230 volt 50 hertz, 50 hertz AC supply, and the ratio of the number of turns of primary to secondary winding. So this is the primary winding, secondary winding. NP is to NS, that is given to you as 10:1. ठीक है. Load resistance at secondary winding is 45 ohm. So this is how much given to you as 45 ohm. Okay. The power across secondary winding, the power secondary winding is output of the, so they are asking what is the power output across this secondary winding. Okay. So to find the power output, you need the potential power output across the secondary winding. So you need the potential across the secondary winding, okay, divided by this load RL, V square by RL. Okay. So let us find this potential across the secondary winding, and with the help of this you can calculate this. How will you find? Very simple. NS is to NP, or simply NP is to NS we can do. NP is to NS is equal to VP is to VS. Okay. Primary, secondary. So VS we have to find. VS is nothing but VP into NS upon NP. VP is how much? Primary 230 volt. NS is how much? Primary, this is NS7 upon NP is nothing but 1 upon 1 is to 10 ratio, reciprocate. Substitute there. Okay. (23 into 23 upon 45). Solve this. How much you are getting? Square of 23. That makes it roughly 5 something, 550 something. 23, 339, 326, 326, 224, 9, 12, 529. 529 divided by 45. Okay. So that becomes how much? Roughly 11, 10, 450, roughly 11.5. Correct, Anand? 11.5. Option number 1. Clear? Clear? Any doubt? 529 it is coming, Aryan? Power we have to find. Clear, guys? Clear? Okay, class is hardly of 10 more minutes left. And let me just check a few more important questions that we may have to discuss. This one too is similar. So 10 minute. ठीक है. Let us do this last closed organ pipe and open organ pipe, and this read this. Okay. First try this out. An electron in hydrogen atom emits a photon of Paasche series with maximum possible energy. Lyman-Balmer Paasche bracket P1. With maximum possible energy. What is the wavelength of the photon? Okay. Alright, let me just quickly tell you the concept. Now, Now transition can happen from any of the higher energy levels. Okay. Transition can happen from any of the higher energy levels, but they had said that the photon is emitted having maximum possible energy. Maximum possible energy. Type in the chat section which transition is it. Not so cool, okay. Whether it is doing transition from fourth or it is doing transition from infinity. Tell me. From fourth it is doing the transition or from infinity? Correct. Okay. Now, see, energy is equal to H into F. Energy is equal to H into F. Okay. Now, for energy to be maximum, just check the transition having the maximum frequency. For energy to be maximum, just check the transition having the maximum frequency. है ना? Or the minimum wavelength. Okay. Simple as that. Correct, Aryan? है ना? Substitute the values in the formula, you will get the wavelength of the photon. Okay. ठीक है, चलो. Though there are many questions in this presentation, है ना? But due to shortage of time, because there is a class scheduled immediately after this, we will have to wind up, है ना? Let us end the class here. If you have any doubts, queries, any suggestions for us, let us know. We would be definitely working on that and schedule something accordingly. Thank you very much for choosing PW Gulf.